up, everybody? Give me 1 second, I forgot to update the day. Ooh, we sneaked it in. Welcome back to System Break. Today I want to refactor some of the devices and the inputs. I want to have a really good foundation going into prototyping more of how the player interacts with the world, but in order to do that, I really feel we need to figure out the exact hierarchy of devices and managing the inputs that the player has, how the player interacts, you know, like with the mouse clicks. I have a rough idea for how it should work, or how I think it should work. And it's possible we'll have to refactor it again in the future, especially with this kind of game. You know, with Colden Chronicles, it was very simple. You pretty much only just had interacting with the world. You didn't have a whole lot of inputs. Here we have a ton of contextual inputs that, for the most part, we handle okay, but there needs to be some more modular way to do it, and I don't know the best method of doing that. I've been thinking about it. We have so many duplicate inputs. And some of this is okay, right? Because there might be cases where the player prefers to have certain inputs for certain devices and other inputs for other devices. So I can't go modular with, like, let's say, rotate camera, which is the same for every single device that has a camera that can rotate, right? Even though I think that there are some examples of that, like with rotation or zooming, that the player probably would want to keep consistent. So I'm wondering if we can do, you know, like a hierarchy of device, and we can specify some base input modes for that. Or I don't know, I was thinking like device with like mouse input, device without mouse input, but I feel like we could just handle this in some other way, maybe like an enum. I don't know the best way to do it, because there's some things like the input mappings, which are very simple, right? Where if the player presses a button, it does something. But with the mouse, we specifically need to say, should we have the mouse available to the player? Should we have it only when the player holds Alt? You know, like we have for the PC, for this. Which I think even Cutsper last night was playing around with this and didn't know that was a thing you could do. This works well, by the way. I'm actually pretty happy with how this works. We could start setting up a data table for devices and handle some of the core stuff there. You glitching? Yeah, maybe I put his mesh too low. I can fix that. We'll move him up a tad. Oh, I think he's still clipping a little bit. A little bit too much. Really? Wait. Wait, he was just at Minus 84. The hell? I'm just gonna let him exist. Not gonna worry about it. So I was thinking we could have like devices, and maybe then we could put mouse inputs onto the core device blueprint and just enable or disable them depending on if we need them. I wonder if we could handle it with components too. Because we could create components in real time and add them to a device. Right? I mean, obviously we can. Because rather than just having the inputs just exist there, for mouse inputs, I feel like we could just add a component that would enable those mouse inputs. It's very weird. Oh, I don't like this new content browser. That's it's kind of annoying. Whatever. So I think in like core devices, we definitely don't need the connection pawn anymore because that was used for flying between things. But I'm wondering if what we do with an actor component. Although I don't remember what the naming convention is for an actor component. Oh, it's just BP, okay. With a suffix of component. Okay. BP device. I think we have 3 modes, right? Or how many modes? We have no mouse input at all. Although I guess that isn't really viable. Let's write it down. I guess there might be some cases where we want absolutely no mouse visible. Hey, Miss Sophie. Good morning. Happy Thursday. Absolutely, absolutely no mouse visible. So, input mode game only. We would want no mouse visible or input. In which case we can just do input mode game only. Yeah, Twitch is... that phishing is not going to get fixed. Mouse visible, which would indicate that we do at least need... well, we could do mouse visible with no input. So I guess this would just be input mode game in UI. I don't know how I feel about this. Hey, Busterdy. I don't know how to feel about this. We have two mouse modes that we have. Let's write this down. We have two mouse modes. Direct under mouse, hit test, line trace. Although I think that, in my opinion, the mouse should be a line trace as well. Because the problem with the direct under mouse hit test is that it is infinite in length. Which is probably not what we want. Although this could be refactored later. We'll use it for now because it's a little bit easier. Some cases we want only one of these available. In others, both. Direct under is used for things like the smartphone. Although I think that the smartphone itself should work much the same way that the computers work, where you can zoom in and out and then you have that fixed field of view based on your zoom level. The more I think about it, the more that I think we should put really commonly used inputs into their own actor components. Because it really will just make everything easier. And in that case, we just make it entirely modular. I mean, I could use dispatchers for that, right? Dispatchers or blueprint interfaces. Either one works. Basically, if we had an actor component called BP device fire, and it was as simple as when this component is added, when the actor is possessed, the pawn is possessed, we check through a list of the components, we add the input mapping context for each. We just do a quick trigger or whatever when the player hits them, so same input action, and that would just fire an interface, or it could run a dispatcher. Probably an interface. It would be nice then if we designed devices in a way that would be consistent could we? I mean, there might be robots with like multiple fiery modes. Then again, a lot of the game is designed around the extensiveness of the devices and the variety of those, and the more modular we make it, the easier it will be to build upon that foundation. And if we have to do a whole bunch of finagling to get a new device added, it's not going to be good. This will be a little bit messy. But I think the components are the way to go. I'm kind of curious, on devices, well, I could just make like a BP, I could make let's do it this way. Components. We'll do BP device component, which is the core. On possess, let's make a function for add contextual inputs. Get all components, or get components of class, I think it is. By class. You know, Epic is as bad as me with naming things. Their function is get components by class, but then there's like get actors of class, get widgets of class. You just know two different people worked in this. And then in BP device component, let's make a variable array of input mapping contexts. Now, I think that I can add enhanced input actions even if they're not... if the input hasn't been given to the player. Yeah, and I won't complain about that. It just wouldn't fire unless the player has that. Get input context for each loop. Add mapping context. Do we want to do a map instead with priority? Let's do that. I'm going to switch it. Get keys. Maps are kind of annoying to work with. They really are. They're great, they're efficient. Actually, I could just do a find, couldn't I? I guess it's slightly less messy. Okay, that'll add the contextual inputs. Let's make one for removing them. Handle inputs on. Yeah, we can delete this. Well, technically this entire function will not be used anymore. So I'm just going to unhook it. But keep it around just in case. We could still make a device. Data table. Structure. Devices. We can use row name for now for the ID. Let's make an enum. Nope. I made everything in here much smaller. I'm getting old, so I need large fonts. E, device, mouse input mode. Okay, we can kind of do whatever we want here. We can put in some duplicates. Need some reading glasses to see the tiny print. You know what's worse? I have contacts to see the tiny print. I'm having trouble clicking them. I don't know what it is, but something about... Maybe it's just muscle memory. I've been like so used to for nearly 10 years the size of the icons, and now that they've changed them, I'm just broken. Let's go with that, because then I don't have to face reality. Then I can blame all my problems on something else. And it's 2025. It's the year of blaming other people. Game only. No trace. Oh, that was a loud one. Game only trace. Or we can say with trace, maybe. How old am I anyway? 30. System break is the name? Yes. It is the current working name. Also, shiitake? 30 youngin'. I'm young enough that when Anakin walked into the training room, I was scared.
Mr. President, wake up.
3 years left before your Gomage? Well, no, not really, because... Well, spoilers. And I feel... I don't know, I could do enums. It's kind of ugly, but I could do it. Anakin off... Yeah, Anakin got me off. No trace with trace.
Shiitake?
But if we don't have trace, then we wouldn't have... Trace, no trace. Yeah, but there's two different traces here happening. No traces. Center trace. Alt mouse trace. Center and alt mouse trace. Let's just try those 4 for now. Which is the redeem where she talks for a while? I think that's called resentment. Unless I named it something else. That's her speech before she says shiitake. Which, if people are wondering, this is...
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
This is very real dialogue, by the way. That if you haven't heard it, you must hear it. From Assassin's Creed Shadows, the quadruple A game.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too. Shiitake?
I love it. It's so bad I refuse to believe it's real. How much is that game? It can't be serious. That's actually real. It's actually real voice acting. I kind of want to know what that line is in Japanese. You think it's good? 70 bucks. 70. That's a 7 and a 0. That's wild. More relevant questions: how much of this game and hundreds of millions of dollars of budget? It was at least 200 to 300 million. Okay, maybe 150 to 200 million. If I had to guess. You know why it's good you're talking about it? No. That's not how that works. That's like saying that The Last of Us 2's writing is good because people talk about it a lot. Where's my device input mode? Why doesn't it show up? Oh, device mouse input mode. They have me right where they want me, okay. I see how it is. Couldn't we just give... Well, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. This is fine for now. I think I can read that from a poorly written fan fiction. There was a really funny fan fiction I read recently. It was gay. So I don't, it was very explicit. I can't read it on stream, but I was looking at it with my wife and it had the same vibes to me as that Harry Potter fan fiction. What was it called? I know Charlie read it out. No, not Charlie. Internet Historian. My Immortal. That's what it was called. So it had the same feel as this. Harry Potter and the Stone. I saw a funny meme today on Twitter of Harry Potter and the boner of the penis. People are so immature. That's a really good read. Oh yeah, you're a big fan. Okay, CCTV should have the center and alt mouse. Well, technically, pretty much all of them should, but for now, let's just put it at what we have. Just center trace. The smartphone is alt mouse, and the computer is currently center and alt mouse. That way we can test all three and see if they're working. We need to handle the base mouse input at the highest level, since every single thing that you hack into will at least have some sort of mouse input. Whether that just be moving the camera, but not having traces. Really just going to determine what can you do on left click. Although again, I feel like we're missing some of them here. Because like, what if you're in a coffee machine? What do you even see? I guess there'd just be no traces. But then there's two. There's no traces. Mouse hidden. No traces, mouse visible. Maybe that's what was stumping me. Alt mouse traces by default mouse is visible. And I don't really see any reason for the mouse to be visible in center trace. think it would just be these 5. Hey, Jomos. How you doing, guys? Are we sniffing farts today? Oh, I just sniffed my microphone. It's not the greatest smell. I feel like with Alt mouse trace, it's just center and Alt, no trace. Mouse trace, Alt mouse trace. I could combine these. I think there should be 2 of these. There should be Alt mouse trace. That's only when you're holding Alt. Yeah, there should be another one, which is just regular mouse trace. There we go. That's weird, but I think that covers all the cases. Ooh. You have another emote for me to make? Where is it? You know, I actually have a set of emotes for my old Discord server, which you would probably like. I've heard that they're pretty good. People would join my server just to have them. And there were a lot of my old faces there, if you're curious. There's some that are not related to me, but there are others that I think were pretty good. Do you like these? How many emote slots do we even have these days? Where's my emotes? Viewer rewards. Oh, their emotes are a reward for you. Emotes are not a right, chat. They are a reward. We have 5 open standard slots, 2 standard slots for free users, and 10 more animated emote slots. Jesus, we need a lot of subs to get more. Kinda crazy. Yeah, they are a luxury. I can give you, I don't know if I can give you these. I don't know if I have access to the files, but I think if you were to, hold on Rex. Can you add the face ones to 7TV if I give them to you? Using the same. Give me 1 second. We need some up-to-date ones. I need to lose weight is what needs to happen. I need to stop fucking eating. So much. Alright, this will take a few seconds. Stop drinking soda? This is sugar free. There's no calories in this. Christ, dude, it's so annoying to have to like type to click every single emote individually. Is there a way to like add multiple emotes in Discord easily? Oh, there is. If you hold shift. Okay. There. Hopefully you can like open up each individually and get like the image from it. I don't know. The problem with the Tim Kaine ones, I feel like it should be zoomed in on his face more. Alright, what am I doing? What was I doing? Input mode, devices, CCTV is center and alt mouse trace. The computer, center and alt mouse trace. Or no, we said we would do what we have currently, which is just center trace. And the smartphone is currently just mouse trace. I think there's a way to grab those. There used to be a way to open up those emotes in... Yeah, there is a way. They're really small though. But if you right click on each of them and you open link, then you can get the raw file for it. Set up mouse mode. I'm starting a new game and I'm using F names and data tables. I know that Cuthbert's going to hate me for it because he wants me to use gameplay tags. I'm not going to do it. Come at me, bitch. Actually, he will. Why aren't you using gameplay tags? He can make his own. I don't know. I'm just old school, I guess. I'll throw all my gaming credentials in his face. I met Richard Garriott, okay? What have you done? Held a stable job for the past 3 years? That's something I haven't done. I guess he wins. Just left when he did the tabula rasa. I think there's a lot of cases where like the old dogs in the industry can get a little bit set in their ways. I think this happens with just old people in general. And I don't know. He got fucked over by EA, right? Because like EA still owns the rights to Ultima, And this was at a time where I think it made sense for him to sell the rights, or it just didn't seem like a bad idea. But then they just fucked him over. And I feel bad for that, because that was his life and his legacy, and it's like it's locked away from him. It really sucks. Found backup mouse with backup input method. NCSoft did fuck him over, but he also wanted to go to space too, so fuck them both. He did go to space, yeah, he did do that. It's true. He was a nice guy. I don't know, I have no complaints about him. He was way nicer to me than anyone else that I met when I did my trip down to Austin to go to game studios. I had like a massive list of like 20 game studios that I wanted to visit. And literally there were only like 2 people that would give me the time of day to even talk with me, to even have a conversation. One of them, unfortunately, I got on the wrong bus and I missed. And the guy was really busy, so we just couldn't meet up in person, but he was really nice. And was like, he was willing just to bring me out to the office, to talk with me, to help coach me and stuff like that. It was really cool. So that was just unfortunate. And the other was just literally, I walked into the office for the studio where Richard Garriott was at, and apparently he was usually not there. He was usually in like New York or something, but he turned out to be there, and he just gave me a whole tour, sat me down with the team, showed me the game, gave me some advice. It was really awesome. Okay, no traces mouse hidden. Let's get the player controller. PC. I still kind of find it weird that you have to call the player controller to show the mouse cursor with like a variable. I kind of feel like it should be a function or something. Feels dirty. I think I would have even tried to do what you did because I'm jaded. Well, I went down there looking for jobs, and I didn't get one. Like, I spent quite a bit of my own money, went down there for a week, and I didn't have a car, so I walked and rode public transportation to every place that I could find and get to. And some places were really, really far away. But I did have a good time. I had a good experience, and, you know, being able to meet Richard Garriott, which I had it as a long shot. I wrote it down. I'm like, I'll try, but they probably have their door locked. They probably don't want to talk to me because this was like one of my last visits on the whole trip. Nobody else had really given me the time of day to even like just look at my resume and give me advice and tell me, you know, where they think I should focus on. He did. I sat down with one of the original programmers of Ultima, and they gave me really good advice and treated me like a person. That was important to me. That's a life experience that will forever stay with me. Yeah, and Lord British was very cool. His office, very messy. You have too many D&D boxes in your office, Mr. Garriott. But that's also kind of one of the things that I liked about him. He's a gamer at heart. Entrepreneur and gamer at heart. You sure they didn't touch you? No, they didn't touch me. They were very nice. I was a little bit too experienced to, you know, like help them out in any way, but they kept the fire alive within me. Let's put it that way. am I actually able to... Well, we'll just refactor this if we need it. Like they tricked you into doing the worst thing you could possibly do game dev. This was after I had worked on Darkest Dungeon, so I had experience. The problem is I wasn't getting any interviews. Like I, was just throwing my CV out there all the time and I just couldn't get anything. So I thought that, well, why don't I just spend like $1,000, go down to Austin where I know there's a lot of game devs, and I will just go to each of them. And hope that maybe this shows initiative. In hindsight, this was kind of a immature thing to do. Not in like a negative way, but it was desperate. It was desperate and immature. But it did reinforce in me that giving people the time of day and helping them is better than shutting them out of the door. And that happened at Blizzard. That happened at Arcane Studios Austin, because I visited both. Blizzard wouldn't let me in the building, even to the reception. Arcane Studios, I got a glimpse of the reception desk, and somebody met me outside of it. It was unfortunate. And keep in mind, by the way, if you go to like industry events like GDC or Gamescom or whatever, you get people into like 1 or 2 beers and they'll start spilling industry secrets. The things that I've heard about the industry and about how fucked up different games that you guys love, they're made by teams with absolute fucked up production schedules and like horrible bosses, all this stuff. And I've heard it all. But you just go visit these people in person and they just don't want to talk to you at all, so it's kind of weird. I think it's some of it's time and place, right? Which is fair. I didn't stop loving games a long time ago. My standards are too high right now. What games have you played recently that you really enjoyed? That you got like really immersed in? The Oblivion remake. Fair enough. Pretty damn well made remake. I think for me, I hate to, it's gonna sound kind of weird. I'm getting sucked the fuck into this game. It's so well made. And Expedition 33 did pull me in right up until end of Act 2. If you like simulation management games, the 2 Point series, at least with 2 Point Museum for sure, is simultaneously deep but really relaxing. There's not really any micromanagement to deal with. You can kind of just keep building and building. You're not going to get any major setbacks. But there's so much depth and flavor and fun to each map. Pantera Heat, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Like every single map in this game feels different and has unique mechanics that you don't find in any of the other maps. Or different, like for instance, dinosaurs can't die, right? So you just need to maintain them, right? And your curators will do that automatically. Very simple, very easy. The fish can die though. So there are some things that you need to be considerate of, like there are carnivorous, like sharks. Don't put sharks in with small fish. They will eat the small fish. So, there's some really cool little bits of depth there that make sense but aren't so complex like you would get with Planet Zoo or whatever. Living Remaster made me play Open MW Morrowind. I'm really waiting for Skywind. I'm really excited for that. Center tree. Should we just add a component then for that? What if we do that? Blueprints, devices, core, components. Make a new blueprint class. Parent of device component. BP device component. Center trace. And we'll go to the CCTV cameras. Put the kids in with the sharks. I don't think that they can eat the kids, unfortunately. Center tree. We would still need to send info of the actor being looked at. Well, no, we could put that in the component. Here's the thing, do we add the component based on the mouse input mode? Or do we set up the device with the component attached to it? What's the proper hierarchy here? I could see valid reasons for doing either. Is there a way as a component, by the way, to grab the owner? Can you just like get owner? Let me see what this prints. Yeah, okay, that works. That was easy. As it turns out, the thing that I wanted to happen did happen. Let me make a blueprint interface, if I don't already have one. And we just need the output. Just need the output. No, just the input. I don't know. It's going crazy there for a second. If your team had more years of experience and you showed the exact same prototype to publishers, that it would have gone differently. I don't think it was years of experience, it was just lack of team members. Because once I told them what games I had worked on, that seemed to assuade, is that the right word? It seemed to comfort them. It was just the fact that, and this is a fair criticism, I still agree with them as much as I wish that it wasn't true. They can give me the money, there's no proof that I can hire the people we need. Especially in Poland, when the people we need are pretty rare to find and might take multiple months to hire. And in those months, we just wouldn't get things done. So... And scaling up to 30 people is also damn near impossible to do in a stable way. Even with somebody experienced, and that's not me. I think that the scaling up of the company worked better in the previous pitch where we only had like 15 people planned, but when we nearly doubled that, begrudgingly, I agree with the publishers in this case. The other ones who wanted to try and get me to scale down the game's premise, I understand their reasoning, I just disagree with their assessment. I don't want to make alchemy shopkeeping game because there are literally a billion alchemy shopkeeping games. There's no alchemy RPG in 3D. Hey, Sophanie. How you doing? I love it. Those emotes are still good. I can see why people wanted to use those emotes. Some of the lighting is a bit fucked up though, because I took those with my old webcam and then just finished them up in Photoshop like 10 years ago. How's the new game coming along? It's coming along well. Well, I mean, it's very early. Not even a week in. I guess we could just do all this in one. Let's grab this. Get owner. I almost want to do an on-possess dispatcher or event that then sends that to each of the components. What would be the best way to do that? I can make a dispatcher. Well, they have to accept those emotes? I like it. They're probably gonna have... they're gonna like the edgy one with my my hunting knife and airsoft pistol. Hey Garashi, just saw the updates. Good luck with this new phase and keep going strong. Thank you, man. Or woman. Sorry. Thank you, kind individual. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we're just gonna keep going. It is what it is. Most indie games fail. But I'm not unhappy with how much progress we made and how much we learned. Technically, I guess I could use the base device component and put an onpossess and unpossess there, and then just call all component possesses and unpossesses, which then I wouldn't need to register dispatches. That might be easier. So we can do a custom event. Device component unpossess. Device component on unpossess. Oh, you already did. Okay. How are things going with you? If I remember correctly, I have a good feeling that this month is pretty important to you, right? If I remember where you're working, based on your small hints, this month should be quite big. Unless I'm mistaken. Well, if this month turns out to be quite big for you, and it is what I think it is, we will be checking out that thing this month when it comes out on release day. You might not be able to share, although it's been announced, so maybe a thing. Yeah, I don't want to share too much, but I have a near 100% suspicion of what it is, and I'm very excited for it. I'm not saying anything. I don't know if I can. Where's the possess? Device component unpossess. Yes, it's unreleased feed pics. That's exactly what it is. It's 200% CC funding from an angel. Not that. Yeah, I don't know if you're able to say anything. I'm not going to force you to. But if it is what I think it is announced, so maybe it's okay, but I'm not going to force you. Yeah, we're going to grab the owner. I think we can cast it to... We just need the component for it, but I guess we can grab it either way. We can just cast to base device pawn. Because in this case, I don't want to run it every tick. Component by class. We want the camera component. We could check if the controller is valid. Yeah, we'll just do... Let me move these up here for now. On unpossessed, just set pawn ref equal to null. We don't really need begin play, but I'll just keep it there. Check if the pawn ref is valid. Switch that out. And store actor being looked at. Okay, and then on the base device pawn, let's make a function for run component possess, and then I'll duplicate that when I'm done making it. So let's get components by class. Device component for each loop. Device component on possess. That's all we need. Nice and simple. And then just run the other one. Okay, so we have the center trace, which is the same one that the CCTVs use. So we've added the device component center trace. We shouldn't need event tick on the CCTV anymore, at least for now. Shouldn't need this. The interaction will be replaced with its own component too, so I just want to figure out if this works. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. Oh, it's not running because I didn't. Of course, the usual, right? You make the functions, you know that they work properly, and then you don't hook up the functions to anything. It's crazy how that functions. Or it doesn't in this case. I think 90% of the time that I create code, I just forget to hook it up. And then wonder why it doesn't work. Okay, there we go. We do have the trace. Inputs are not being handled correctly, but that's because we do not have setup mouse mode working correctly just yet. Wait, which one is the center? Okay, I didn't hook that up yet. Let me make that one. It's not providing the inputs. Because I didn't hook up add contextual inputs. I have now today made 3 functions and failed to hook up all 3 of them and then wondered why they didn't work. That might be a new record. In a row. Yeah, I'd have to make a special context for that. But there should be its own mapping context. Here's what I'll do. Small refactor. Nice. Okay. So now that trace is being handled by the component itself, and anything we were to throw that component into would then receive that trace as well. Although we'd probably want to... No, I don't hate the hierarchy, but now the input contexts are a little bit messy, maybe? We don't need to put input context onto the components. I mean, right now we certainly don't need to, but it's there. It's there, it's supported. If you want to, if you need to do it, if you want to do it, it is there. I suppose that's the important aspect. Because it'd be nice if we could just like make a new device, throw in a whole bunch of components that are already working, and then just script the, you know, the weird parts or the very unique aspects of that device. And I think that'll be quite modular. We want to handle like the inputs through that too, though. Maybe? The reason I see there being a point to it is almost everything would need some sort of interaction. And it is dependent on the trace itself. I don't need that. Because I don't want to have to copy and paste this into everything. Kool-Aid, Jimmy TTV, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I haven't had Kool-Aid in a hot minute. Wish y'all a good night. Morning, I'm heading to bed. Yeah, take care, man. Thank you so much for showing up. Very nice first message. And I hope we have a good evening. Don't let the AAA companies bite. I'm proud of you, dude. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. We're only 4 days in. I will keep up the hard work, though. I'm not giving up. Why are your viewers so wholesome? I think the whole game dev section on Twitch is pretty wholesome. And a lot of the unwholesome people, I think, stay away from me because I have my stream tagged with hot takes only and cancel me, please. I feel like that's a good filter. Your game dev, yeah. What are you working on? Oh, you know what? You're going to bed. You want? Let's catch up maybe tomorrow if you have some time, and you can share what you're working on. The game dev section on Twitch is really, really nice. I'd love to set up like a group, you know, a Twitch streaming group, but I think only partners can set up groups. And I'm pretty far away from being a partner. It's really hard to get partnered in software and game dev on Twitch too. You need 75 concurrent viewers average between like I think like a whole month. Join the Discord, awesome. I think most game dev stream viewers are game dev or aspiring ones. Yeah, I don't know what the percentage would be, but it's got to be at least 70 to 80%. Yeah, take care, man. Very nice meeting you, and I hope you have a good night. There we go. The black gold. Interact. I mean, I kind of feel like that should be handled in the center. If we only have 6 traces, and these are what handle input directly through the mouse, then I think maybe we should handle the mouse inputs through these devices. Or yes, but, and this is a but with 2 T's. In fact, it has 3 T's. Do I want to have to copy trace code between... Oh, it's only 4 blueprints. Not that big of a deal. And it would be pretty easy to reparent it into something else better later. Yeah. We're 4 days in, we're still prototyping. I'll just copy the trace code where we need to, and we can refactor it later and reparent it. This is what it is. Alright, so let's make a new mapping context for this then. Inputs, devices, core, IMC, device input. I don't like the name of that. So like the goal is that if you have any interaction with the world, you should only add one of those 6 components. If you add multiple, I don't think it would break the game. You would just have some stuff overriding each other, since it does a for each loop. So if you had one that you should show the mouse cursor, but another where you shouldn't, then whichever one gets called last is gonna win. And you can't really duplicate input mapping context, so that's not a problem either. I think this will work. Device core input. And we'll add device interact, left mouse button. Is just center trace. So we can replace these with actor looked at. We should have the player controller reference already here. Although, I don't know... No, this is... Well... Technically, if we want the AI to be able to possess pawns, so like a Roomba will clean the room on its own, but then when you possess it, we override that controller, and then you get to do it, and then when you unpossess it, we return that AI controller to it. We'll probably have to refactor when we enable that. But for now, this should be fun. In which case, this can be deleted. Now the only things we have here are the zoom and look, but these could probably be moved to their own component too, or like a camera mode. So we would have like multiple... How do we do this? We could make a child class of camera that has our custom like mode in it, and so when we add that camera component, we can choose which mode it should be. Which would make it really easy. We can say, okay, we have a new device here. It has a camera. So all we need to do is make the blueprint, add the input component, and then add the custom camera component and place it where we want it to be. And select its mode. Done. That's it. And then of course, you know, any smaller bits of data. But realistically, that's pretty much it. I didn't think about it that way. How you doing, Pumpkinhead?
I'm gonna come.
Interesting. Let's think here. Okay, we have... That's right. You know, I still have my Christmas lights hung up in my office. I actually have not turned them off a single day since Christmas. They've been on for I'm running LEDs here for 6 months. So we have the input component. The CCTV camera component is just constrained 2-axis rotational movement on a camera component, which is something that I imagine we will have, that we will use very often. It is all relative too, which is nice. So maybe I can make out of curiosity, can I make a child camera component? It's not a camera actor. It's a camera components. Yeah, I could. I don't know why, for some reason I thought that I might not be able to, but of course I can. Most organized person I've ever seen with the nodes. I have noticed that a lot of people aren't very organized with it. Should see Cauldron Chronicles. God, that game had so many nodes. That game had so many functions. I feel like this game will have a lot of functions too, though. We like making data-driven games. Data and system-driven games. So you need a lot of custom stuff made. Sometimes I envy people working on like, walking simulators, where, okay, so what is the player able to do? They can interact with things. Okay, are there any other inputs? No, they can interact with things. Like, okay, so as a systems designer, you just need me to make an interaction system. Yes. 1 hour later, okay, I'm done. Yeah, the whole game systems are made. Problem solved. Now just fill it with art. Maybe one day I'll make like a walking sim. Just for the hell of it. I mean, there is more than that. There's like note reading and stuff too, and some menus and whatnot, but they don't feel like they're hard to make. I don't know if it's just me, if I'm maybe missing something, but it feels like it's almost all art, sound, and writing. And from a designer, from like a technical designer perspective, that you either don't need one, or you only need one. And like some technical artist or like technical level designer can just can make that stuff. Aren't the text-based games even easier? Text-based games like visual novels? Visual novels are pretty easy. There's still quite a bit of data because there's like scenes and you have to determine, okay, which PNG do I want to show during this scene, during this line. So it's a bit more work. I think maybe like walking simulator games are probably some of the easiest. Although I say that, but there's a game called Mike Goes on Hike, which I've been waiting for years. 2019 for a game called Mike Goes on Hike, which is literally just you walk. And it still has taken them that many years to make it. Make this. Mike, come back. I joke about this all the time with my friends. It's like, it's still not out. This is the game. And I'm not saying that people wouldn't like this. But it's also not like this is some next level challenge. Maybe they photo scan. We wrote a text-based dungeon game in Python for my first class of uni. It was pretty easy. It was choices until you collect all the pieces and defeat the boss. Well, that's pretty cool. I did something like that with batch files. He's not just well, the original trailer was different, to be fair. The original trailer was, I think, even more funny. Maybe I can find it. Yeah, see, this was the original trailer. Experiencing interruptions. Find out why. Because I have... Oh, 480p. It's even better. I mean, the game has improved significantly since that time. I'm still waiting for it. I'm still waiting for Mike to go on a hike. Isn't quarter 2 done? Actually, no, yeah, it's already quarter 3 2025. No, it's the end of quarter 2. So it should come out this month. I'm dumb. First trailer a bit more solo with animals and vistas. I don't know, it's... One day I'll make a walking simulator game. And I will finish all of my system designer requirements in 1 week. Where was I? Oh yeah, we want the zoom and the look on the camera. So we kind of want multiple mouse modes similar, or multiple camera modes similar to mouse modes. How many different ones would we have? We would have no zoom or pan. Pan, no zoom. Zoom, no pan. Pan and zoom. Zoom, no zoom. It turns out that if you have 2 things, you can have 4 different combinations of those things. Who would have thought? Some massive scientific discoveries here on Microraptor Games channel. I was thinking we might need something else, but I guess only these 4 is pretty much what we need. And then we can just check, are the constraints filled out? If so, constrain. Otherwise, if they're just 0, 0, we don't need to do anything. Remember how bad the camera was back in the PS1 and PS2 days? Which games? Oh, like controlling the camera? Controlling of the camera, Ratchet and Clank 2002 is a good example. I do not remember Ratchet and Clank 2002 camera. Was it kind of like Resident Evil, where it was fixed? Or is it kind of like tank camera? Not really. Doesn't look bad though. It's kind of like this, it kind of feels like the same camera as Mario had too. I think it looks okay. I think Resident Evil 1 with the fixed camera was probably even more difficult. I think 2 had it as well, right? Yeah, they had this animation for going between. Remember that? Yeah, see, I think the fixed camera, because then you had to aim with the fixed camera. You want to? I see people making a lot of games with the old retro art styles. I think the one thing that doesn't make it feel perfectly authentic is the lack of pre-rendered backgrounds and the absolute disparity between the visuals in the background and the interactable or dynamic objects. Let's put it. And I think it's one of those things that made Grim Fandango look so good in other LucasArts games. You had really, really, really high quality pre-rendered backgrounds. And it really made the games feel ahead of their time. And this came out in 1998. It's almost, and I think the thing that sets it apart is the selective lack of aliasing. Backgrounds, no aliasing. Player characters, dynamic objects, aliasing. And I think it kind of helped them stand apart. Something to think about. Back then we had CRT screens, which made, that's true. The CRT screens did help. And if you try to replicate it, I think that it messes things up. You're very right about that though, Dremels. Did I put the mouse? No. Hold on. Go back. We'll do another enum. E device camera modes. No zoom or pan. Pan, no zoom. Zoom, no pan. Pan and zoom. When people replay older games on today's high-end monitors, they go, I remember this looking better. I really do like games that replicate that look and feel. But I think some games definitely do it better than others. Like, I think Athanasia does it really well. Huge System Shock vibes. It's its own news style. I think that's a good way to put it. You don't want those CRTs going bad, they explode, you'll get broken glass everywhere, but that's part of the fun. What do you mean? Yeah, let's make a camera. BP device camera. So if we have 4 modes, do we want to handle it in the way that you just add BP device camera and then select which type from an enum list, and then it just handles the rest? I think technically that would be okay. We put all the inputs in here, but then we just add mapping contexts based on what we need. There's a lot of like nesting and things that I'm thinking about, so if I just don't speak for a few minutes, I apologize. The device camera zoom. It's kind of weird that these are separate, but I can't add input mappings without having a context. I think this is okay. I think this is how it should work. Oop, that's not the right place. Camera look. Camera zoom. I don't think I overrode anything in the... Nope, that looks fine. I never seen one get blown up. Angel Beaster. Sounds crazy though. The camera look is mouse XY 2D axis. Zoom is scroll wheel. We would need an event possess and unpossess here too. I wonder if instead we could get all components not by hold on. But by interface. I wonder if that would be smarter. Let's make one. BPI base device component. Component possess. Component unpossess. I don't think we need to send anything to it. We just need to trigger it. And that should be put on device component. And then we'll replace these. A little bit of a mood shift between those songs. Okay, and then on device camera 2, we want that as well. And we want a variable for camera. Device camera modes. On possess, let's switch. Or first, I guess we could do a select too. No, this is fine. Pan no zoom. Zoom no pan. Pan and zoom. You just remove both on unpossess. What were the input actions called? Camera look. Camera zoom. Is there a way to actually hold on? I just had an idea. Not really a way to get all currently added context, but I guess what you could do is if you use your own custom context manager, so like when you my own functions, I could then save a list of all the context added and which priority. And if you were to, like, let's say enter a menu or something where we wanted to remove and then add those back at the end, it would be pretty easy. Give me 2 minutes. Gotta go to the bathroom. Here be. Enjoy the music.
FBI, open up!
What's up? Bartosz? Alright, chat. You get $1 million. Where's my music? Oh, I was just finishing the song. There we go. You get $1 million, chat. But every time you poop, you have to wipe 100 times. Every time. Like, there's no way to stop it from being brown until the 100th wipe. Would you take that deal? I guess then we could store the constraints in the camera. Why is there a delay? In what? There's a delay? What are you talking about? What do you mean there's a delay? Are we having that same problem that we had with when I was playing Clair Obscure? The 30 to 60 second delay? What are you talking about? 60 second? I just heard myself talking about it. Just try reloading. Because I don't have a big delay. Delay test. Yeah, let's see when it pops up. There it is, see? Like a few seconds. It's just you, Bartosz. Thing is, I like seeing the constraint. Bad blueprint. Why is it bad blueprint? The hell? Scam test. I like seeing the arrows to indicate where you're looking. Well, maybe the base device is fucked up. Hold on. Yes, it is. I just need to get all components. Components, get components with interface. By interface. DPI base device component for each loop. Component possess. Okay, that's fixed. So I really like the arrows that show. I think I can still do that, but I'd have to grab... I'd have to put the constraints in the device camera itself. So we would need two 2D vectors. Which are the up and down constraints and the left and right constraints, and then we would need FOV constraints and camera sensitivity. Duplicate, left, right, duplicate, FOV, camera sensitivity. You scared me with the delay thing for a second. I thought we were having the same problem that we had with Claire Obscure. For some reason, one day when I started streaming that, there was a... It wasn't even the delay with streaming, it was an audio delay, but I couldn't see it in OBS. The weirdest thing. There is some delay? What, for audio? $10 seconds? You guys mean for chat messages or for... Because that's on you. That will be on your end, the user end. Yeah. That'll just depend on your latency, which you can check with opening up the video stats. You can check the latency to broadcaster. Usually, if it's too big, you can just like pause and then unpause the screen, the stream a couple seconds later, and it should update that. Okay. Technically, wouldn't the self work? Because it is the scene component? Let's see. And these for the constraints. Up, down. Left, right. And a huge delay now seems fine after restart. That is it's a pretty big delay, 1 minute. Kind of crazy. Okay. What were the default values of these? No pan or zoom, pan, no zoom, zoom, no pan, pan, zoom. I mean, I feel like you can just handle that without needing a device mode. You would just set the constraints. I feel like that's entirely unnecessary. I mean, I guess adding the mapping context is a bit of extra safety, though it isn't strictly needed. If you guys ever get a delay, just try restarting the stream. Twitch is kind of shit with that. And it doesn't tell you either. Unlike YouTube, where you watch a live stream and it tells you if you're on the live stream or not. Twitch can just fuck you over. Okay, I think that's good. FOV 50 to 90. Those are modifiable. I won't expose them on spawn. Okay, so in the CCTV, we should be able to actually just delete this. And then we're going to add the camera. And then we can use the constraints. Oop, not set. And then we can modify those. So we see in the camera settings, we now have the constraints. Although maybe I should rename that because apparently there's already a category for that. Let's rename that. That's better. They're a little bit far down, but that's fine. We want these on pan and zoom. And of course, by default, all of them will be overlapping, so is individually adjustable. But we'll set up a default, the CCTVs. -40, -40, 0, -40. I do not have my input. It's weird, does that get run? Yes, it does. Maybe I didn't add the inputs to it. They are there. Does the component need to have input enabled? Maybe. No. They're not like getting consumed by something else, are they? Let me try this. No, it's like I don't even have it. But it is running this. What could be the reason? What is this? Avatar is a movie about a guy who betrays his entire planet just so he can clap some alien cheeks. It's true. This is true, but she is pretty hot. And she blew. When was the last time you had sex in a bioluminescent forest, huh? What I thought. With a blue chick. Almost absent. That's really weird. I do not know why it is getting added but not firing. Is it? What could be the reason? You really get Nancy for your 5080? I feel that. I once ordered I was building a PC for somebody, and I was delivered 2 GPUs. I paid for one and they delivered 2 of them. It felt like Christmas morning. It was amazing. And apparently it is completely legal if you do not sign for it. If you have to sign for it and you accept 2 of them, you can get in trouble. But if they just leave it on your porch, which in the US that's very common, that's their mistake. It is like your property at that point. Hell no, I didn't return it. I sold it and made some money. I could return one to get my... I just sold it. It's like, fuck it. Why does this not have input? Is it because of the CCTV mapping context, which might be consuming? That might be the reason. It might be because we're still adding the device CCTV mapping context, which right now we don't need. Yeah, that was it. Okay, I can look left and right. I cannot zoom in and I cannot go up or down. Great start. That's weird. You're writing an email to your old HR to hopes they reach out to get proof of last day employment needed for my Pell Grant? That is a lot of stuff I don't know about. Your current situation is kind of perfect for making poor enchanter come back as well. I wouldn't be against working on Porn Janitor. Just not yet. You guys really want Porn Janitor Studio, huh? Did I maybe put in the wrong constraints? Oh, I know why it doesn't zoom. Oh. I think I know why. There we go. That's better. Okay, it's starting to come together. It's starting to make sense. We have our own camera, which will add its own inputs. So I mean, like, CCTV is really, really lean. Which is great, because if we wanted to add like another device with a camera, we just need to add the camera component and then the trace that we want for it, but for input. And then it just handles it. And then here we would put all like this super unique stuff that doesn't really fit in with any other device. But I think in most cases we could push it to a component either way and then just keep devices crazy lean. Just add the components, set the settings, and we're done. And we have very, very modular devices in that case. And I think Cutsper will like this method too. I've been playing more I'm really addicted to Death Stranding right now. Really fun. I'm working on like getting 5 stars on every single location, which is pretty tough, but it's a fun little grind. Good game. I feel like I've only seen a fraction of the game's actual content just because I've been spending so much time in the first couple zones. Something fun about like building the roads too. I think that's okay then for the camera. Because theoretically, if we wanted a CCTV camera that could just pan but not zoom, we would just click on the camera. We can go down and we can just say pan no zoom. And the constraints of this one should be increased a bit more. Although that's not updating the arrow. Why is that not? Why is that not working? Really weird. Maybe there's some issue with propagating those changes over to the... Or they're grabbing the default and not the instanced versions of that. That's probably what's happening. Is there a way to fix that? UE5 construction script. Getting default values for components. It's exactly this problem. On register. Alt when a component is registered after scene is set. Yeah, there's not really anything for construction script. I guess I could make just a button. An editor. Kind of annoying though. What are you trying to do, Angel Peacer? What's a Pell Grant? Yeah, this doesn't really resolve the problem. Construction script doesn't use instant component variables. feel like you would need to press a rebuild button or something. I need proof of last employers and for income. Tax forms apparently aren't enough. Government shit. Stop with funding school and cost of living if you are low income while in school. That doesn't need paid back to the government. Not much, but I'll take whatever I can get. Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. Education's expensive. So it could be that the component isn't actually made. Yeah, but I can see the component. How come it works for other things? There's really no way. That's annoying. That's really annoying. Like, if it just... There's no point having the arrows then if it just uses the default values. But setting up those constraints is really annoying otherwise. I hate that. I really hate that. I guess I could ask... I'm out of options, I'll just ask Grok if there's a way. To have a actor components modified variables affect the construction script of the owning actor. We'll see what it says. So you just like can't contact your previous employer though? That's really weird. Why wouldn't they pick up? I think texting your boss, your old boss, is probably the better move. Yes, it is possible. How? Yeah, but it doesn't show those changes. It must be public or exposed. They are. Changes to component variables at runtime won't retrigger the construction script as it doesn't run dynamically during gameplay unless manually invoked. Yeah, but I can't even get the construction script of the main device to It just doesn't grab those, it just uses the default variables, no matter what. There's no way around that. That's annoying. I mean, I could try a button. See what happens. How do I do that though? Oh, here it is. Yeah, it just is. It's not gonna grab that. That's really frustrating. I can maybe get Cuts. I can see if Cutsper can write some custom code for that as like a little plugin, but I don't know. Like, it can grab it, but it just does not grab the modified values at all. Oh, fuck. I really want to fix it, but I don't know how to fix it. Same thing. I mean, this person's had to do some custom shit to get it to work. Somebody did a pull request, but I guess it didn't get accepted back in 2015. All components created in editor during construction get destroyed whenever construction script reruns. This includes any arrays made during construction. You have to recreate your component in construction script. Yeah, but it could still just call those variables. He's using data assets. That's annoying. Well, another quirk of Unreal learned. Disappointing. I'll keep the arrows for now because there might be a way to fix it. But for the time being, you gotta type it in manually. Yeah, the up-down isn't working. Why isn't the up-down working? One thing you're doing that some devs need to, no YouTube hell and read online. YouTube can be so counterproductive a lot of times, not always, but most of the time. Yeah, YouTube hell, I've never been stuck in YouTube hell, so I didn't even know that this was a term. It's crazy. I can see, I think I can see why people end up doing it. I don't know. I don't remember what really got my learning curve. How do I word this? I don't know what clicked when I was working on Unreal for the first time where I stopped using tutorials. It definitely took a lot of time though. But I felt like I wasn't making any real progress with tutorials because I wasn't retaining the knowledge. But once I started to actively try things, it was slow, much slower than following a tutorial, but I actually made progress. Oh, that CCTV just wasn't using a, we didn't have anything written in. Try things first before looking things up to expand my knowledge now. Yeah, I think that there's some really good advice that some people gave, which is never look anything up until you get stuck. And if you're getting stuck too often, it might mean that you need to step back and learn more about the fundamentals. Oh, well, that's broken. Are my X and Y axes wrong here? Kind of weird. I think I fixed it. That looks correct. Yeah, just reset these back to normal values. Oh. But wouldn't it technically then be camera constraints down up and not up down? Yes, it would. Hey, Aquaman. Kind of weird. It doesn't let me shove this back to normal. Maybe new ones wouldn't be so messed up. The zoom isn't working, but that's because we gave it no zoom. If we do no zoom and no pan, we just shouldn't be able to move it at all. Beautiful. And if we give it zoom, no pan, it works as intended. I think we need one more camera mode though. Or device camera. Where's Ted from IT's office? Don't worry, we'll get to Ted. We can write some crazy lore about Ted, some crazy fetish lore that you can hack from his phone or from his computer. I want you to be able to actually like browse people's computers and see their like web history, search history. That stuff is actually, it would be a lot of work to implement, I will say, but it has a lot of flavor. And there's a lot of really fun moments that can be discovered from that. That's horrible, Ahmed. I love it. That's such a bad joke that I like it a lot. We need the one for the computers. Where it's like no pan until zoom. Kind of a weird way to think about it. How did we set this up? Why is this game using such bad assets? Shut up. You don't like my cubes? They're very pointy. We can kind of just do a select node here. Or, no, yeah, we'll do a select node. There's gonna be some spaghetti here though. Just be prepared. an obliterated LLM to produce content in real time for people's search history? The problem is you would have to run an LLM on the person's computer, which is not like it's getting... It's still not easy because you would have to load that model into RAM and run it via the GPU. So it's still pretty limiting to people's hardware. And honestly, I think that you could find more creativity because a writer can remember all of the different characters and scenarios they've already created. And you would end up with more unique content from the writer than you would after a couple hours of gameplay with the LLM. They're just not very good at being creative. It ultimately might get better, but... Now it's just not working. Now it's just not working. Oh, because I hooked up to the wrong ones. I can fix that. In the least effort way possible. There's a lot of wires with select nodes and math nodes. These are one of the instances where this just looks infinitely better in C. Like, it looks bulky, but it's actually quite optimized. Let's try the no pan and tell zoom. Now zoom isn't working anymore. I know why. Okay, that's working. I'd still like to constrain it. And right now it's kind of hard-coded the numbers. Okay, we need... Here. Here. And then we can set the up-down constraints. Negative 2020. Negative 2020. Why is that not working? I might not be resetting the rotation like I should be. We just need to run a custom event here to update the camera route. What was this check I was doing? Is in manual mode? Oh yeah, we'll have to do that too. Oh. Refactoring. This is good though. This is a good refactor. I already feel that this is a positive way to do things. Cool. Let's see. Let's do manual mode. We want to propagate manual mode to the camera itself or grab it from the input. I'm really tired today. I don't know why. I did stay up a little bit watching the PlayStation Direct. I will admit that. And it was okay. I think the James Bond game seems pretty interesting. And Neo 3 I'm pretty excited for. And they're remaking Final Fantasy Tactics too, right? I think I saw that. Maybe not on Steam yet? The Evilus Chronicles. Oh, that's why it's not coming out on P. Oh no, it is on PC. What the fuck? Why didn't I see the store page for it then? They don't have a store page, I guess. That's pretty exciting. That was a fun game. Yeah, I think we should store manual mode in the component. Or the mouse. But that would be in the individual ones. What mouse modes do we have? We just be these two, alt mouse trace, center, and alt mouse trace. What do game trailers never show gameplay of the game they want me to buy? Because they are operating on an older method of marketing where you could fool people into thinking that what they're seeing is closer to the real gameplay. But nowadays players are, I think, getting pretty tired of that. And the marketing teams haven't caught up to that yet. But you can go look at it like any good looking cinematic trailer. I think the ones that people are most upset with are the ones that say that don't say they're cinematic. Because if somebody sees, oh, it says cinematic trailer, it says no gameplay, this is just cinematics, they can be like, okay, this is just for me to get hyped, to see the world, to get the premise, the story, that's it. It depends on mode of the method of communication too. So if you show like a trailer that is clearly a different art style than what the main game is going to be, I think players can separate that too and say, oh, this is not trying to fool me into it being gameplay. Then you have some really deceptive ones like Dreadmore. I know that's my opinion. The developers of that game are not happy with me for what I said. Who gives a fuck? When you throw in UI elements and you don't state anywhere that this isn't gameplay, people can get fooled into thinking that it's gameplay, even though it is entirely a faked trailer. Those are the ones I hate the most. Yeah, the developers didn't like me for saying that. Their excuse was, well, everybody does it, which not only isn't true, but that's... What they wanted to do was impress an investor who doesn't understand the difference between gameplay and faked cinematic. That's really what they're trying to do. One of the industry, cinematic trailers still sell copies, but more so from the casual audience who play games for maybe 1 to 2 hours a week. That's good to know. Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't sell copies, but I think the gameplay trailers recently tend to be more successful. But again, I think it just depends on the messaging of it. I can get hyped for a game off of a cinematic trailer. And I can separate the fact that it is not meant to be gameplay. It's just for me to get hyped. Hey, we're making this game. Get excited for it. We're going to have more info to share at a certain date. There's your expectations. And one thing that one thing that I really like about, I think Japanese studios do it very well, Asian studios as a whole, usually when they show trailers, they're very clear about the messaging, and when they show gameplay trailers, it is very clearly all gameplay. And so I know that what I'm seeing is what I'm going to end up getting from that. The worst ones, the worst offenders, again, I'm going to be calling some people out here. There's this game called Alcahest. Where again, they released one of these trailers. And this is not gameplay. But it very clearly is... Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry about that. Alright. It doesn't say that it's not gameplay anywhere. And I think that some people could get fooled into thinking that this is gameplay. But none of it is. No gameplay. But they want to drum up a wish list so that they can impress investors with numbers and then get more money to actually make the game. The problem is that the game is unlikely to look and play anything like this. Sadly. But it works. This method certainly works. Because they're at number 85 in the wish list. I'm just not a fan of this messaging. I think it's deceptive. There's a pirate game shown at State of Play yesterday that I left away still not knowing what kind of game it was. I think that was like the Sea of Thieves Tony Hawk Desert game. Well, that was from the same art director for Abzu and Journey. So they're making another, probably making another game like that. What am I doing here? I kind of feel like the mouse input components should have a parent. I don't know how to feel about it. Or just be a single component itself. Bethesda actually does do it pretty well. Bethesda is really good at marketing. Bethesda shows gameplay. When they're ready to show gameplay, they have lots of it to show, and they carefully space it out over the course of weeks before the game's launch, or sometimes months, but usually it's very close to launch, and they dive deep into systems of the game. It's really well done. The only example I think of this not working well for them was with Elder Scrolls 6, and the reason they did that was to distract people from the shitty launch of Fallout 76. I don't agree with them doing this, but that's clearly why they did it. But I think now it's kind of starting to backfire, especially after Starfield. I think I could just handle it here. I'm gonna do it. We still want the same references. In a similar vein, it turned out that the Witcher 4 gameplay was a tech demo, which, you know, makes a lot of sense, but in the moment, what it turned out is that the Unreal the live stream of it didn't show that, but CD Projekt Red's showed this. So here, we don't see this tech demo text here. But in the official Witcher one, from CD Projekt Red, they show this. Technical presentation, not actual gameplay. You know, I kind of agree with you. I think, looking back at it now, you know, it's very obvious that this was scripted, and we said that in the moment. I think that they will be using the technology that they're showing here in The Witcher 4. I don't like seeing all of the interactions that they're like promising in the towns, and knowing that this is not real, you know? I wouldn't say it's deceptive, but it is just kind of annoying. These used to be more common back in the day, but I think that the messaging was clearer. I didn't catch it on stage. Maybe I was just distracted while I was looking at it, but I don't seem to remember them mentioning anything about this isn't actual gameplay. This is just some, you know, representation. To be fair, the industry's in a very interesting spot when it comes to cinematic gameplay divide. We are starting to see games that cross the boundary of that can't be in game and engine. How people reacted to GTA 6 and Fable is somewhat worrisome. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Especially with companies like Rockstar. I mean, if you show me a cinematic of Rockstar and tell me it's gameplay, or vice versa, in a lot of cases, I wouldn't know. But I do like when the messaging is clear, where it's like, this is all gameplay, or this is a cinematic mixed with gameplay, and they like make it clear with, I don't know, black bars to show the different sections, just so that I can accurately see what I'm intending to buy, and not, oh, here's an entire minute-long trailer of something that isn't real. Like, again, this Alcahest game was. There's 2.5 minutes where the entirety of the 2.5 minutes is not real gameplay. And it doesn't say it anywhere. It doesn't say cinematic. It just says official reveal trailer, which could mean anything. And yeah, it's like Naughty Dog has done stuff like this before, right? This is rendered in engine, but it's all scripted. And the possibility of them paying another company to do this, which means that they can't do it themselves, is almost 100%. And I think, to me, this is what the deceptive marketing is. It's a great proof of concept, but proof of concept is not proof of developmental capability. If I had enough money, I could pay another studio to make me a great looking trailer. That doesn't mean that I could make the game. And to me, this is using players as a currency in order to impress investors who don't know that this isn't gameplay and make a lot of money. And I don't like this becoming the new norm, where players are just used for wish lists. No HUD, it's even if there wasn't a HUD, this is clearly not gameplay. The way that everything reacts, it's way too scripted. The motions are too smooth. Karate Calzone, thank you for the follow. A fellow deceptive marketing hater, I assume. Do we actually need other inputs? We need... Yeah, we need the alt input. I don't think it's the new norm that's been going on since ever. Let me reword that. It is becoming more common. I'm not saying that cinematic trailers have never existed. I'm saying that the purposeful lack of distinction between cinematics and gameplay is greater because we're reaching higher levels of fidelity in the gameplay itself. And so back in the day when you released a cinematic trailer that clearly was higher fidelity than the gameplay sections, it was clear to see what was what. But now when you're rendering those things in engine and they're not matching up with gameplay at all, you feel deceived in some way. There's no black bars, there's no little text to say technical, cinematic, whatever. It's just fake. Yeah, alt mouse trace will need another context added. $15-minute documentary on that Marvel fighting game. There are people that like fighting games. It's not me, I'm gonna be honest. But for some people, I assume that was a very nice showcase. It didn't look bad either. I don't play fighting games. I have no interest in them. You thought all of them were a snooze fest? I like Neo 3 and I like the James Bond. Those two were of pretty big interest to me. Especially because the James Bond feels a lot like Uncharted. This gave me serious Uncharted vibes, which I'm pretty excited for. Especially when it's being made by IO Interactive. I'm really happy that they're taking on some new IPs, even if it is a licensed IP. Not even Neo 3, even if you loved and played 1 and 2. Damn. James Bond guy looks like the KCD main character. He looks like Henry mixed with Nathan Drake. Me. You like my background music? I appreciate that. I made a whole playlist of songs that wouldn't get me DMCA'd. Okay, I need the alt look for this. Can you share it with us? Some of it is custom music, I will say, because I had to download it since there's like some older music in there, from like older games. Spotify playlist. Let me get that free tomorrow. Let me get that free tomorrow. Don't let me forget. Wish more studios were willing to share devlogs during development to show players this is where we are at. Yes, it's mostly gray boxes, debugging systems that don't work. Here's a vertical slice with what we want the game to be in the future. I 100% agree with you, Stream Chef, and as well with the fact that it doesn't sell games. I've been streaming on this channel for like 2 years. People who are not developers will not look at something like this and connect the boxes. If you have a vertical slice, sure, that's great, you know, because then you can actually share that. But before vertical, even publishers that I've met, and other developers too, can't really connect the boxes between rough gameplay and use their imagination to fill in the blanks. And I think that players, because they don't know the dev process, there's just too many unknowns. So I like sharing early gameplay, but there are a lot of caveats that you constantly have to tell people, like, okay, well, this is placeholder, this is, you know, work in progress, this is iteration 1. And you have to keep saying that, and it's a little annoying. You're supposed to be in next after the gray boxes. I hate to say it, there is indeed supposed to be one. Is that IEMS? What is IEMS? EMS. Ear monitor? What is it? Earphones? What, these? What are we talking about? Pretend you're speaking to somebody dumb. Oh yeah, these are earphones. I have a 2 PC stream setup, so I have to do some weird stuff with my audio. And technically, these are not connected to my work computer. They're connected to my streaming computer, which is duplicating audio from my work computer and sending it to both the stream and to me. But only to me and not to the stream to double it. It's... If you want to stream easily, don't do 2 PCs. It's a mess. Sometimes I feel like the camera and the input should all be part of the same thing. Because otherwise I'd have to grab the component. Duplicate screens. I use a capture card to capture the image from my work computer, send it to OBS on my stream PC. And the nice thing is I can brick this computer, and because I work in game dev, I'm often, you know, pushing CPU and GPU to the limits, which would interrupt the stream, or I might crash my GPU drivers, which would destroy the stream. So by having the separate PC, I can do whatever I want on this computer. I can max game graphics, doesn't matter, and it won't affect the stream at all. My computer could even crash, wouldn't affect the stream, which is nice. I use the Elgato Facecam. Just the first one. This one. No. Is it the Mark II? It might be the Mark II. think it is the Mark II. And then I got a green screen in the back. Yeah, we deleted the input mapping context. We'd have to add that either way. It's a green screen. It's the another Elgato one. Remember the name? I think they only have one. I think it's the green screen XL or something. This one. I have to co-fund it a company so I didn't have to deal with the, but what is the ROI on doing this for every single decision? I agree, Stream Chef. I agree with that. Problem with adding mapping context like this is that I can't give priority. Yeah, I use a key light as well. Because the lights in my office are kind of, they're above me and they don't really highlight my face well, so my face gets pretty dark. So I have a separate key light that I use to add more light to my face directly. Took some getting used to, because you have this like bright light shining in your eyes the whole damn time. But it's really nice. I think it's like a Logitech key light. Pretty sure it's Logitech. Yeah, the Litra. It's Litra, but not this one. Fuck off. This one, the Glow. Quite bright. Fuck off. You got two, but you never put them in because it's too shiny. That's fair. I don't like that. I don't like that order of operations. Use the iPhone when you record. Yeah, phone cameras are pretty good now. I like Elgato as a company. I mean, it's pretty expensive, their stuff, but it is very reliable and it's very well made. Like, I've had like no issues with my capture card for like 2 years. The camera works fine. You know, I put it up on a tripod recently, which is nice. And their green screen's great. It's all very well built. And I'd rather, you know, pay a little bit extra for something that lasts way longer than the opposite. I had the opposite experience with your face cam. Uh-oh. Or input I want to add either way. And then we'll switch this over. We're going to add the alt look. The is in manual mode. Broken 3 stream decks due to accidental liquid spills, but their support has been fantastic. Yeah, also Stream Deck. That absolutely changed how I stream, especially having 2 computers, because I don't have a monitor set up on my streaming computer. So the Stream Deck has been a game changer. Wasn't being detected by OBS. It's kind of weird. Maybe just some faulty hardware or something. It's for the zoom though, which means we would need the device camera. Means I probably should make a reference to it then. Owner. Pawn. Granted, I could do a message for that. Let me think here. I'm trying to think of how I want to handle this in a performant, because I can update it on tick while the player is holding alt, but I kind of don't want to do that. And I'm wondering if I want to call it from the camera. Or send it to the camera from the input. Because there might be multiple cameras. that's also pretty easy to do because I can just get the owner, check if there's device cameras, and send that info to them. Oh, fuck. But it might be easier to check from the device camera itself. But they'd both be on the same pawn. Owner. Don't use it for stream, but it's great for triggering builds, opening a Slack channel, creating document. Oh, use it for productivity. Really just want them to release the new one they have with better switches in the XL format. I think if I ever had the money, I would update to the one that has the volume input that can act as a, what's the word? A mixer, an audio mixer. It looks pretty nice. Like this one would be super sweet. But yeah, the Stream Deck is really nice. I really like the Stream Deck. I've never, like anything audio related, I just don't really know anything about. All I know is that my stream sounds kind of okay right now, although I think my microphone is a bit too, microphone is so fucking hard. Because you have to make it like really, what's the word? Really sensitive to pick up small noises, whispers, things like that you do want to pick up. And I don't want to like get this really close all the time. You're in the SM7. What's the SM7B? Toto. Toto kurwa jest. What the fuck is that? What's a mic? Oh, I have like a Genesis Radium 300. That's what I'm using. It's something cheap that works. But it is XLR. It's this one. Electronics are pretty expensive in Poland, so I just bought something that looked like it had pretty good reviews and would work for me. I'm not Polish, but I am living in Poland. And I'm married to a Polish woman. Because there's a lot of good genes over here, let's put it that way. In Slavland. At least according to my taste preferences. They really are. Pretty hot ladies over here. We went to Poland last year. Damn, I wish we had known each other. Like, we could have met up. I know some good restaurants. That I would have made you pay for. No. I don't know where you... Did you go to, like, to Warsaw? Or somewhere else? Oh, you did go to Kraków. Kraków is pretty fun. It's more expensive than Warsaw these days, though. Very touristy, but beautiful. He gave up Chick-fil-A for her. I do miss a lot of American fast food, to be honest. Got some good restaurants. Good barbecue places, too. Not a lot of great barbecue places here in Poland. And if you go to like an American restaurant, they have burgers. That's it. Like, okay, what if I want any sort of Tex-Mex or, you know, some Creole? I did find one Creole place in one of the towns here in Poland. And it was really, really expensive. And the amount of gumbo... I got jambalaya. I got jambalaya here in Poland. And... let me find a plate of fancy food, because I'll show you how much about it. It was about like this much of jambalaya. If you combined all this and mashed it together into a ball. I paid an exorbitant amount of money for the tiny little bit of jambalaya. Which, if you ever order jambalaya, and you get down to like New Orleans, it's a fantastic dish. It's so fucking tasty. And you get massive ass bowls of it. No, I was just showing like the amount, but jambalaya is like a really spicy, savory rice and meat dish. Yeah, like a spicy rice. Really, really good. Looks like a weird paella. You get you also get massive ass with the drumsticks. That's really good. If you can make it in like a crock pot, it's fantastic. Very hearty dish, tastes really great. And you go to New Orleans and you get just massive amounts of it. There's that and gumbo. And they're both really fantastic dishes. Gumbo is made with a dark roux as well, which is pretty hard to make. Well, it takes a lot of time to make a really good gumbo. Because to make roux, you just need like butter and flour. And you just put it on low heat and you just keep stirring and stirring for like 30 minutes. Until it's roasted, but not burnt. And I made it once and it was really pretty tough to make. You can't let it sit because it burns so easy. Are those shrimps or prawns? I think they're shrimp. I'm nearly 100% sure that they're shrimp, but not completely. You can do a lot with roux, but to make a good gumbo, you need like a really dark roux. I should make it again. It was pretty fun. And it tasted amazing. I made it in the crock pot. It was so fucking good. Just make the roux beforehand because it really does take a long time to make. And then you're just sitting there with all your other vegetables prepped, doing nothing. It's on the tick. Let's for the trace. I'm just gonna copy that. Chicken minis. McDonald's is pretty expensive over here too. The one nice thing is that people in Poland don't seem to order chicken strips. So whenever I order chicken strips at McDonald's, because I am a chicken strip fanatic, they have to make them fresh. So I do have to wait a little bit longer, but I get them nice, hot, and fresh. Beautiful. Also, if you ever go to McDonald's, tell them you have a health issue and you can't have salty fries, and they'll make fresh fries for you that are unsalted, and then you can just add salt on your own at like the stand, or if you have like some packets. So it's a guaranteed way to get fresh fries at McDonald's. A little bit hacky, but it works. I can't take credit for that one though. Somebody else taught me that one. Yeah, attacking the system. Because if you notice, whenever they take them out, they dump them in, they put salt on right away. But you never know if you're getting fresh fries. Yeah, just say that you have like problems with your heart and you can't have too much sodium, so you want unsalted fries, and they'll have to make you fresh fries, and then you can just put your own salt on them. You have to pretend you don't miss the superior nation of the U.S. There's a lot that I like about the U.S. and a lot that I miss about the U.S. and things that I think are better in the U.S. And there are things that I think are much better and nicer here in Poland. For instance, I can walk down the street of any city and not feel unsafe here in Poland for the most part. Very nice. What I miss from the U.S.? I think one of the big ones is just that the familiarity of being surrounded by other Americans. And like being able to speak to everybody in my native language who grew up in the same culture. I miss guns. I really like shooting, hunting, and fishing, and I think the general sports industry, or the culture of hunting, at least where I grew up in Wisconsin, was very big, and that was nice. It was very enjoyable. You make more money in the US compared to Poland, that's for sure. Easier to afford things. Houses, big houses, I miss those. I don't need a mansion, but I'm tired of tiny ass apartments. Yeah, Poland is very safe. I do like Poland. I think that a lot of smaller villages in other countries are pretty safe. But in general, comparing Polish cities to US cities, the safety difference it's not even close. What's a comparable city? I don't know, we can just use Chicago. Maybe a bit extreme. Where's their quality of life compared? I don't want to sign up. We can choose something other than Chicago, like maybe Austin or you know what, Austin would be better. And they use the safety index here. Property price to income ratio. Look how good it is in Texas. 3 point. The lower number here, the better. Like if green is good. And Krakow does have quite a bit of pollution. Pollution and property prices are insane. But the safety is very good. Some increasing crime, but it's very safe to walk alone at night. Most of it is like just homeless people fighting or drunks getting in bar fights. Like I've never had any problems in Krakow when I was in there for 5 years. The US is just unsafe. If you ask me, I think it's culture. I think it's a people problem. It doesn't matter if you put in front of somebody a gun, a knife, a machete, a bat, brass knuckles. If they don't want to hurt somebody, they won't. If they want to hurt somebody, they will pick up one of those items. And I think rather than trying to deal with the items, you should deal with the people. But nobody does. That's my hot take for the day. If you want to stop crime, you stop the criminals. Does this work? My interact trace might not be set up properly. Oh, here it is. Oh, there's a war than a recalls on those violent Americans. It's all just a bunch of extremism to me. It's really sad. I kind of wish. I don't know. I don't know what it stems from. I'm not an expert. But there's clearly some behavioral issues that are being exacerbated maybe by social issues, social media. People just feel disconnected. And if you don't feel connected to your neighbors and your community, then you don't have any care for them. And I think that a lot of people are choosing this way of life. They're choosing to stay at home, to work from home, to not go out, to meet people online instead of in person. And so therefore they're kind of contributing to their own disconnection from the world. And they wonder why they feel differently, or that, you know, they feel like nobody cares. Well, nobody cares because you don't care about other people. And that's how everybody is. You have to care about some things. We can replace some of these things. Oh, I would have to cast that. Okay, fine. This will be refactored anyway at some point. What's my take on the Switch 2? It's this. Do $90 Switch 2 games seem worth it to you? One word answer, be honest. Based AI. It's Switch but 2. I think that the Switch 2's launch lineup is quite weak from what I saw. And the prices of those titles is quite significant. And in certain cases, I don't see a reason to buy the Switch 2 when a lot of these are coming on PC as well. Like, I don't think Mario Kart World looks bad, but it is ridiculously expensive. You can still play Zelda on the original Switch, and you have to pay a lot of money to get it on Switch 2. Because I think there's an upgrade fee. Remaster of an older game, you know, fine, whatever. But that this is not a new IP to help sell the console. And I think that a lot of people are just buying this because they are entrenched in Nintendo's ecosystem. There are a lot of people that will just buy whatever Nintendo puts out, no matter what, even though they are clearly very anti-consumer, anti-mod. The shit that they're doing to Pal World. I don't really want to support Nintendo with any more of my money. Kim Cross is greedy, it is pretty greedy. The fact they have a region like Japan version that may or may not work if you bring it outside Japan is also ridiculous. Yes. They also will brick your console if you try to jailbreak it, from what I saw. So you don't even own the things that you're buying these days. I don't know if this was confirmed, but I think what they did was, if you even just like try to open it up to see how it's working, I don't remember where I read it. I could have sworn there was some news about it though. I don't remember where it was. Not a parent, but I do have a niece, and I would gladly pay the Nintendo tax on games to get her away from the Roblox YouTube kid. Okay, I mean, that's fair. That's fair to say. But I would say that for the price of that, you could just grab a Steam Deck and have access to way more games, and also all of the emulators, which are free. He's got a Switch 2 for $500, or a Steam Deck for roughly the same, which is going to be a lot better. And plus you can play like Minecraft on there, right, too? It's much easier to, if you didn't want your niece playing like Roblox, you could just ban Roblox from being able to be used on there. I assume that there are some parental controls. Will they do a Steam Deck too? Probably. Yeah, I would imagine. There's even refurbished ones for a little bit cheaper, but they're out of stock, of course. That's cool. I like that they do that. And I think it's cheaper to replace all the stuff on your Steam Deck in addition to being able to modify it any way that you want. I mean, if you're like choosing between getting a Steam Deck and a Switch, sure, the Switch is going to be more user-friendly, but I think you're going to get a lot more bang for your buck from the Steam Deck. I think you're right, C-Spawn. I remember something about that too. Okay, can I delete... everything from here too. Let's try it. We do need to reset camera. Reset relative transform. That's what it was. Oh, Asus launch. There's the, yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, resets the field of view too. I know for the smartphone too, we had to reset the current camera that was being used. So that will require a little bit more tweaking. But I think we're safe. To delete all this. And then replace the camera here with our new camera. And this is no pan and tell zoom. Two things. We need a valid input ref, because we didn't have that. Oh, hey, anomalies. I didn't even read who had said that. How you doing? I'm just gonna split this up. A little bit weird. Still making my shit game. Hell, we can join in that together. How's work? It's going well. You know, it's a little bit unfortunate to have to start a new game. But I do think the idea is really promising. It's just, there's something nice about adding new features to a game that already has a lot of the base figured out. Then it's like, well, I don't need to worry about all that. I have the inventory working. I have everything else. All the input. You know, if I wanted to add like diggable treasure to Colton Chronicles, I could do it in a couple days and it would just be working. Making all the new stuff from scratch is a little bit obnoxious. Oh, I didn't add the mouse input. Actually, the base device pawn should have that by default. Well, maybe not. No, it could. It could. Oh, it duplicated it. Wonderful. Thank you for that. It was fun to use what you learn and start fresh and go harder. Yeah, I think I'm, like I mentioned in like the videos talking about it, I'm happy that I pushed myself to the absolute extreme with Colden Chronicles. If I had done something really simple, something that I know I could do, I don't think I would have learned as much. Colden Chronicles really pushed me to work outside my comfort zone in a lot of ways. And I think this game will too. And I hope every game I can find some way to push myself out of the comfort zone. Hey, Coleman Rago. How are you guys doing? Okay, we do need constraints on that. Beautiful. Zooming isn't working. Oh, I shouldn't have that enabled. Oh yeah, I don't actually ever check. No, I thought I only added if we... That shouldn't have it. That's really weird. Weird. This Guild Wars OST? No, this is Oblivion. At least you guys are making games and not dealing with licensing negotiations, WIs, Jenga FX, side effects, and other are rough to deal with. The only licensing that I've had to deal with... Hey, Sardo. It's so many of you guys today. It's really awesome to see. Only licensing I had to deal with were trains. And I didn't have to deal with them personally. I had to design around the licensing. So the publisher would be like, oh yeah, we got license for this train. It's like, okay. And also, it can't derail. Why? Well, because the licensor doesn't want derailing to be associated with their train. You mean in the fake game that is built around the player having some way of failing, right? Yeah. Okay. Let me just fuck the entire game's design up so that it appeases German people. I'll get right on it. Oh, I bet it's because we're adding it and it's not getting removed. I can fix that. Easy fix. Like some car brands who wouldn't license cars to some game because it would crash the car in game. Yeah, but I feel like car licensors, there's two things that I think I can understand about trains of why they wouldn't want that, and I can understand why cars wouldn't give a shit. Number one, if you play a racing game and you're playing with all these cool cars, there is a possibility that people playing it might be influenced to talk about positively and purchase one of those cars. And car licensors seem to be very, very open to giving away their license to games that they know that if you crash your Lamborghini in a game, people aren't gonna get upset at Lamborghini in real life. The trains, on the other hand, nobody is going out and buying a train after playing a train simulator. So there's no incentive there, and I think that there isn't this long-built trust and understanding between train companies and gaming studios like there are with cars, right? Because there's been racing games forever. Fake car crashing sure does affect it, right? That's pretty much what I said to the publisher. I'm like, did you not tell them that this is a game, that nobody's thinking, oh, because I drove my Deutsche Bahn train at 5 billion kilometers per hour and crashed it, it must mean that Deutsche Bahn trains are just so unsafe. Keep in mind too, our derailing was just a fade to black. That's it. Like, you would go, the game would stop, and it would say that you crashed. It was kind of lame, but it was the only way that we could do it with the rating that we had. So it wasn't even graphic. It was like you drove too fast. Idiot. Why can't I zoom in on that? So weird. It's not giving me the zoom. Why can I not zoom? Huh. Didn't I have this problem before and it was something else? Oh, there it is. Okay, that's working. Which I think means the mouse input component right now is just fine. And look, this is now our device computer. And here are CCTVs. This is how complex their graphs are. That's it. Add the components, you're good to go. The smartphone will be a little bit more tricky since I have those two cameras. But I don't think it should be too bad. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll give this one the same treatment. Here, B. It's hot here. Ugh. Ooh. Oh, Bluster D, you got your GPU. Oh my god, dude, the if are you still on stream? Because if so, can I share that? He might not have another way to watch. I'm not gonna. Well, he shared it in our Discord channel, so I feel like I can share that. Look at it. Look at the clearance between his cooler and the GPU. Did you calculate that beforehand, or did you just hope on a prayer? It is so close. Did they send you this little support, or did you buy that? That's really nice. I kind of want to buy one of these. It was just luck? That's crazy. That scares the shit out of me. But I mean, you do have space up here, I think, to put a fan, right? So you could always get an all-in-one cooler and shove it up there. It was in the GPU package. That's so cool. Typical Noctua clearance. It looks nice, dude. I hope it performs well. And I really want to buy one of those. It just always scares me. These GPUs are so fucking heavy. Yours came with a little stand too. What GPU did you buy, Refux? Buster, you bought a 5080. So it might be like one of the new things. And play Fortnite, Roblox. Yeah, so by the way, Bless3D bought this GPU. I guarantee you, 2 days after he plays around with it, he's just gonna load up Minecraft again. So it might be part of the 50 series then. Need it for Blender? Okay. You know, I'm not your dad. You don't have to lie to me. Actually, you know what my dad was doing when I was young? He was making excuses to go to Circuit City and Comp USA in the US and buy like a $500 audio card and a new CPU in order to play Ultima or Myst. So I can't even lie to my dad. Like, no, Dad, I really need this new CPU. It's just, you know, I need it to develop games. My old CPU isn't working anymore. It's getting old. Like, no, I just want a new CPU so I don't have to bitch about having a slow CPU. Since the 3090, they usually include them if you buy one of the heftier models, but NVIDIA doesn't include them on the founder models. I bought, I think I have a P and a Y in here. Oh no, I have a Poly here, and then I think I have a... I don't remember what I have at home. So maybe they don't include them in those. I'll have to buy some of those stands. I don't know if I can fit it in this computer though. I don't know. It's not as chonky as the 50 series. The Poly 4070 is pretty thin. More old school thin. $4070 versus $5080. Somebody show me the thickness. Those 5080s are chonks. Okay, smartphone has the switching camera. Which just rotates, but doesn't change anything else. I feel like I could reset the FOV. How do we want to handle this? We could do like alternate camera views in BP device camera. And switching them can update the relative transform. IMC device camera switch. IA camera switch. Which for now is just F. This definitely isn't needed anymore. I think we already reset the relative transform on possess. We'll store camera ID and we can reset Let's add a function to device camera. Reset camera. Let's make an array of transforms. Alternate camera transforms. If we have any in there, well, no, if we reset, because it'll be the default, so we don't even need to do this. What the fuck am I doing? But we do need like a switch camera. So let's add mapping context. Camera switch. Current camera ID. Okay, get current camera ID. We could only add that if alternate camera transforms is greater than 0, or it actually has a valid length. Let me think here. Yeah, we definitely wouldn't want to add it just all the time. Granted, we could add it, but change it, but I'd rather not have overlapping inputs where possible. So could also just do is not empty. Well, whatever. Whatever. Either one works. I'd be curious about adding. Let me write something down. Add debug options for device camera that on simulation will draw arrows for bounds and camera locations. Because right now, the unfortunate thing about the components is that they will not take the set values on the component instance into account for the construction script. So you can modify these manually and they won't show up until you press play, essentially. So it's kind of annoying. But it'd be nice if I could just hit simulation and see where those are. Although I don't think that I could modify them. Oh, no, I could. Oh, okay, it doesn't like simulate. Because this is not valid. This is a temporary problem, though. Where's that error? Set input mode game only expects a valid player controller. Where is that breaking? Maybe in here? I'll just search for it. We can just do a validity check here. Well, I do run a validity check. Alright, we'll do it this way. Where's that being run? That's not needed anymore. That's kind of weird. I thought that the player controller would get made before the map in the hierarchy. I mean, maybe it does in the build version, since there are some things that do run differently between PIE and what am I thinking? Chipping build. Still, not what I meant to do. Okay, it's fixed. Cool. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the cameras. I got really distracted there for a second. Okay, let's do switch camera, so that'll only switch if we, or add the context if we have actual alternative transforms, in which case we need to determine if current camera ID +1 is greater than or equal to the last index. If true, set current camera ID to 0. Otherwise, increment current camera ID. And get the transform at that index. And then set the relative transform. And that should support alternative camera angles. We could also limit the switch to when the player is not in manual mode, if we want, just for a little bit of extra safety. And we can destroy this camera. I don't know what we have the camera root for. Do we use that at all? No. We have the mouse input. We currently have it set to no traces mouse hidden. Let's set this to center and alt mouse trace. And then add a device camera. And we shouldn't need this at all. I'm gonna move this to unpossess. We can get rid of the Boolean. We do still need this for the time being. Hey, Chillimp. And I'm going to set this to the same parameters that we have for the computer's device camera, which is 20, 20, 50, 90, negative 20, negative 20, 20, 20, 50, 90. That's not working. Oh, I know why I had a scene root there. Although that is not going to play very well. Are we on low volume today? We shouldn't be. Do I sound low volume? Have you tried turning up your volume? Smartphone is a little bit messed up. Could just move it away. The cat was reducing the volume. I love it. Is that not working? Does the alt camera work? Yes. Camera switching doesn't work. Nor do I have the center trace. Well, the center trace could be hitting his face, which would make it pretty hard to see. But the zooming definitely is not working. What did I break? Look to the side and it's just patting the button. I love it. Oh, I know why. It's the same issue every time. I forget to remove the mapping context from here. I'm turning off all the old stuff. We're slowly refactoring. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. And I'm tempted to move all this over to the component. Zooming around as a cleaning robot will make a goatee. Zooming around as a cleaning robot that is, you know, plotting murder. Still being a bitch. Why? Oh, it doesn't have a device name? That could be it. That wasn't it. And it's just not giving me input at all for it. Are we properly removing inputs? Can I debug mapping context? I don't really see anything. Is the stream okay? Oh! Nope, we have no internet connection. Just on the streaming computer. Oh, we reconnected. I don't know why I went down. OBS just disconnected for a second. Small F. My computer was still connected, as far as I could see. So maybe it was like a Twitch hiccup. Or... Uh-oh. Oh no, wait. Are we okay? I think it is my my internet. Are you being attacked? I don't know what's going on. If you're watching on YouTube, you don't see any of this. Oh, something with my internet. It's not on you guys. Refresh if needed. Small F. Maybe I should print all of the input context the player has. We are okay, yeah? When you guys don't talk to me, I don't know if we're back or not. We good, okay. Why is the smartphone being a dick? Yeah, ignore the head clipping for the moment. I mean, it is true we don't have an alternative transform. Reset transform. Is it something with like the default values or some shit? I think it is because of it being a child actor. Oh. Hold on. You know, if I had a nickel for every version of Unreal that doesn't fix the problems with child actors, I could fund Golden Chronicles myself. One day they might actually fix the problem. Wouldn't that be amazing? One day. Yeah, you switch that PC. Why is the cam facing his ear? That's the default camera position. Well, you have a front camera and a back camera, so you can switch between both cameras on the phone. Ooh. Still can't zoom or switch. I did see the trace. And I now have the alternate mode, but again, I can't switch. The switching is working. What isn't working is the zoom and look. It's almost like those aren't being removed when we switch from point to point. Even though we are removing those contexts. Hmm. Don't know why it's not switching or zooming. I don't know why either isn't happening. Oh, because the default got... No, it's no pan until zoom. Oh, now it's working. Maybe I had it at no pan, no zoom, which would have made sense. But switching the camera still isn't working. Okay, but that's separate. That's separate. One problem solved. Next bug. Why is this not working? We know it's... Wait, hold on. Current camera ID 0 + 1 greater than equal to last or greater than last index should be false. Unless it didn't save that there are alternate transforms. That takes so long to compile. That was weird. Oh, we lost like 13 viewers when I went offline. Rip. It was only for 2 seconds. Fake viewers. No, I do the same thing. It is what it is. There they are. Oh, because the length is 0. What was he doing? Getting last index instead of length? That might be the issue. Yeah, that was the issue. I could do last index without the +1. Actually, I could just do it. The fuck am I doing? Because we're not going to add this anyway if the player doesn't have, or if the device doesn't have alternate transforms. It's still not working. I still need the +1. I'll just do length and +1. Switch! What would... Why? It's not setting it? Is it just a child actor problem? It might be. Hold on. No, this one's not switching either. Weird. Is the rotational axis wrong? Shouldn't be, it's the yaw. And we're just moving the relative rotation to 180, unless we're like resetting it at the same time. Or this increment isn't working. I don't really like how this is set up anyway. I think I just deleted and did the same thing. I'm just trying to verify. False camera ID. I just okay, don't do the increment then. Well, this doesn't really work because it's not 0. I think I know the issue. The issue is that we're treating this like it holds all the camera transforms, but it's just alternate. So in order for this to work, we actually just need to set the current camera ID to -1. I don't want to talk about it. resetting itself sometimes. Why is it doing that? Oh, because we're updating rotation on the zoom. I know why we're doing that. We need to get the current relative rotation and set the relative rotation. Okay. Which I thought we were already doing. Yeah, we're adding. So why is it not working? Oh, because of the clamping. Because of the constraints. We're constraining it to a relative rotation, but what we need to do is... we need to add it. Hold on. The problem is that this is gonna bitch at me. Wait, bug. Because it will try to access... if I do a selector, it's gonna try to access 0. Or a negative index. Fuck. We could ignore the warning, but I'd rather just not make a warning. We could fix it by, instead of calling it alternate transforms, camera transforms, we do just camera transforms. And that's what we switch between. That would resolve the problem. And there's always a default, which is just root. And then in here we can grab that. Yeah, we'll do this. Great, even more math nodes. My favorite. FOV shouldn't matter though. But I think this will resolve the problem. The switching isn't working anymore. Oh, because I overwrote the first index. It's still doing it. Can't work, computer. Did I mess this up somehow? I mean, clearly I did mess this up. I don't know how, though. Oh, shit. Oh, it's really broken. Is it just me, or most of the time blueprints are harder to read than actual code? I think that only some of the time. I think most of the time blueprints are easy to read. The problem are math and selector nodes. They kind of just go all over the place. Although, to be fair, I think that in code, a lot of math and selectors can also kind of look a little bit weird. It should not be possible. No, it should not be possible. I don't know why it is. It's not clamping properly. I can switch it, but the moment I make any rotational movement, it resets it. And it shouldn't. I mean, it should be running the camera look rotation, which, yes, will attempt to update the camera rot. But we should be adding in the current relative transform. I mean, we are. I feel like this shouldn't even be necessary to do. Are we 100% sure that reset relative transform isn't accidentally getting run? Nothing weird is happening here. Yeah, it's something with the relative transform. Switching the ID just fine. Is this somehow the wrong... No, it can't be the wrong rotation because it's setting it properly. And we grab the ID. I might know what's going on. We're still lerping between 0. And what it really needs to be is... this. No spaghetti at all. So close. The zooming looked fixed at least. It's a little appreciation. It's nice to see someone use their brain instead of Cursor, ChatGPT, other AI to make stuff. Yeah, because what would I fucking learn from that, right? I think that a lot of people use AI just as a way to replace their critical thinking. I do use it sometimes. I use it to help like figure out hierarchy or the proper flow of things. I've never used it to write code. Not for my game dev, at least. Are we doing this the right way? Why am I plugging in the pitch and the yaw? Shouldn't we just be plugging in one or the other? Maybe I just made a mistake with that. That is possible. There's... I kind of need him to stop so I can test this out. Hold on, let me trap him in. He joined 8 streams yesterday and 7 of them were popping up AI stuff like every 20 seconds. The 8th wasn't even a coding stream, just political discussion somehow. Wait, so you joined 7 what streams in the software and game dev section? Were they making games or something else? Did they use the term vibe coding? We're gonna trap him in. I feel like it works fine. Stop moving, sir. Here. When I switch, anytime I try to move to the right, we get some problems. I think I just missed one plug, or that operates in a different way than I'm thinking. Sir, stop moving. Please. You know, I could just take off his nav. There we go. Yeah, now we shouldn't move at all. 2 were making games and 1 was making a website of some kind for money making. I asked about it. For money making. Do you know where he learned how to do that? He probably asked ChatGPT, how can I make money? And it was like, making money in 2025 is a great option for you. Here are 10 different ideas for how to make money. Number 1, start a clothing brand. Number 2, start a website that sells services or products. Hey, those people are probably still making more money than me. It would have been the left to right. I mean, it looks fine. It's definitely the yaw. When we're flipped, it should be 180 plus, I think, 20. No pan and tell zoom. Well, even that might mess up because we would have camera switching. Could that be the problem? But then why would up and down still work? Well, I can just try it. So then, because I want to see how people think and approach the problems they face, and 95% of the time it's just opens cursor. Hey, so I have this and this not working. Why? And they don't even look at the interpreter highlighting the issue. I think we're going to see more of that, especially with kids. Like the lack of critical thinking and replacement of critical thinking with ChatGPT. Imagine them stranded without their phone, by the way. And I'm not saying that I would be perfect without a phone, but you know what? Let's say I'm on the road and my phone battery dies. No GPS. I'm like, well, okay. I don't have a physical map. But I know I can just keep going forward and I eventually hit something, right? Or just find the nearest house, pull up and say, hey, can you help me? I'm lost. And I feel like they'd be like, I don't know what to do. If I had ChatGPT, I could ask it, hey, I'm stranded out in the middle of nowhere. What should I do? See how it resets if I go too far right? And I think I'm hitting the edge and it's resetting. And left doesn't even go left. So it's like if these are my boundaries here, it won't let me go this way. But it's letting me go this way. But if I hit this line, it jumps me back to the center. So it's like we're off by the amount. But it's weird that that isn't happening when I go up or down, because it's the same math being applied. And the reason why that didn't change anything is because it's grabbing false, so it's just grabbing those values anyway. Why wouldn't we add it? It'd be for this, for the right side. Constraints on the right side would be what? 20. So 180, we should be going between 180 and 200 relative rotation on the yaw. Do we have our A and B messed up? A is the addition here. Why does that work up here? Why does that work when it's 0? Well, because the alpha's for FOV. This is meaning between our FOV. B50. Let me try something. I feel like I've broken it even more. Oops. Kids can't read non-electronic clocks. They can't read books either. Yeah, kids can't read or write. They just get ChatGPT to do all the reading and writing for them. Or just summarize. Here, take this chapter of a book and summarize it for me. Not that they can't keep up, they don't want to. Well, I think kids will almost always choose the easier way to do something because they don't understand the importance of doing certain things the hard way. Right? It's just like lack of developed brain, but that should be then on the parents and the teachers. It should be their onus to actually engage and force the kid to critically think. You know, ask them a question and say, no, you're not allowed to use your phone. And that's it. To be fair, teachers did a terrible job explaining why what we did was not pointless. This is true, but they still forced, you know, we were still forced to do things the hard way. And I'm not saying teachers have it easy. I think that teachers have a harder job now with AI to grade certain things. I would be very, very open to a mandatory phone ban within school classrooms. And I think that probably a lot of teachers are already doing this. This is zero, the up down is 0 0 both times. That's why it's clearly working. So it's not, it's something with the addition entirely. And if we had alternative numbers for the up and down, it would probably result in the same problem. So it's not that this up here is okay, it's that this up here is down and we're using the same method. And if we had alternate transforms, this would be a problem too. But we don't for pitch, we only have it for yaw. Specifically 180 on the rotation on index 1. 180, and in this case would be plus, well, minus 20. So we should lerp A as 160 to 200. With A being when the FOV is fully turned. Wouldn't that cause a problem? Yeah, but we're normalizing to range the field of view. To just force it. But then the addition is a problem because we're not grabbing the default constraint. We're plugging in the I think we should do the additions after the lerp, not before. I'm gonna be really honest, that did not resolve that problem. I really want to know what my numbers are doing here. Oh yeah, the zooms are fucking it. Okay, go back one more time. Oh, it's all messed up now. I feel like I'm like this close. I'm one IQ away from understanding why this is a problem. Well, I know what the issue is. I just don't know how to fix it in this case. Maybe I need to rethink how I handle my lerps here. The normalize is fine. And it is pulling that back into the proper amount. Since when the camera is fully zoomed out, which is on the Y, we should be returning a 1, going into the default rotation. When we don't want the default rotation, we should be clamping between the ranges. These are the correct ranges that we should be clamping in. Is it possible that the ranges we're testing are wrong? Clamp 180 between 160 and 200. No, I mean, that is correct. Snapped it back to 170. Why 170 and not 160? This is that snapping issue that we're having. What does the alpha do? It determines where on the lerp we are. So we're creating in, let's just say, arbitrary space between two numbers. We're creating a line, and that line with the 2 points can be represented as between 0 and 1. So in this case, it's, just for the sake of argument, let's say this is 100 and 200. If we are at 0.5 on this line, we are at 150. So right now we're using the FOV to lerp, to create the alpha, to determine should we be constrained to a certain point or not. Sorry, I don't think I explained that properly. Hey Doge, can I ask a question? Game developer, yes. Currently working on a bug. Oh, the usual. And sorry if I get a little slow on reading your message. I have my game up on the other side because I'm trying to figure out why this value is working this way. Yeah, it's like we're at 160 and 200, so we shouldn't be... We're not fully zoomed in, though. But it still shouldn't be snapping. It should just be clamping. And it's snapping. Implementing a lore for your game, do you create the characters or lore setting first? I will defer to an expert here, Tim Kane. Setting. Mainly because I haven't done a whole lot of like world design and lore design myself. I don't think there's a wrong way to do it. I mean, if your game ends up being good, then, you know, everybody's got different methods. Take care, Doge. Good luck on your game development. Why does snapping? Because, like, it clamps when I look to the left, which is accurate. Like, we can't move it past this point. That's fine, but it's when I look to the right that we snap. And that's so weird when I can see it. Unless we're adding in something... That's weird. Why doesn't it just set it to that value? This is the weirdest thing. Yeah, but it's not grabbing that. It would be grabbing false. $160 and $200, and I mean that shouldn't change. That's exactly what it should be. Hey, Midrong. You can save the characters for last because even the people who care aren't smart enough to notice the characters were hacked on in the last 6 months of production. That video game character you love, they were written in 3 weeks. I think that if you create a really cool setting, you can find... Like, every character should have a purpose, right? Should have an arc. So if you create the setting, you can kind of build the arcs and the themes and the stories you want to tell. And you can plop a character on top of a story. So think of like just a cool setting, a cool story that you want to tell, and then you can throw a character on top of that. Give them some flaws to make the story and the arc difficult to achieve. I think that would be a good way to do it. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I don't know why it's snapping. I don't understand the snapping problem. When from everything I see, we should be getting the right numbers and doing the right thing. $60 clamps. The up and down clamp just fine too. But if we go to the right, snapping. It's at the 180. It's at the limit here. I mean, we're not checking that somewhere else, are we? Is anything else getting run? No. Is it? Is it not going to 180.01, but instead trying to go to 0? Maybe? Because it doesn't occur on this camera, where everything is zeroed. Yeah, but if that were the case, then going left here would cause the same problem because it would be going into negatives. It's just this one direction. I want to try one thing. I want to try a fresh smartphone, not a child actor. Oh, there was already one. When did I start this project? 4 days ago, on Monday. Okay, no problem here. Same problem here. Okay, so it's not a problem with the child actor. I'm not too late then. Ooh. It seems simple. We want to set the relative rotation equal to the relative rotation plus the modifiers. Are we perhaps doing it too soon? This is a bit of a mess, to be fair. Rather than doing it here, should we be doing it all the way at the end? Did we check the Witcher 4 tech demo the other day? Yeah, we did. We did watch the not gameplay. To be fair, as a tech demo, it was awesome. They didn't mention that during the... They didn't explicitly mention that during the stream. Unreal's footage did not say tech demonstration, not gameplay. So my original thought was that yes, it was a tech demo, but it was also some new look at gameplay to show how they're using the features, right? That was kind of what I thought, because they didn't put anything on there that didn't say that. Was it mind-blowing? It was really nice. You figure it was implicit given there was a demo of technology at a technology conference? Maybe I was caught in the hype, right? I don't know. But I clearly was not the only person who was a little bit, I don't feel like I was misled, it wasn't clear. Maybe is the best way to put it. I just go back to the way things were. And I just go back and rethink this through from the start. That's absolutely not how it was set up. Okay. When moving up or down the camera, we want to lerp between what we consider to be zeroed relative. So if we're flipped 180 degrees on the yaw, then our relative zero is 180 degrees on the yaw. Well, let's start with the yaw because that's where we have the main problems. But the same would be up on the pitch. So whatever is our relative yaw is our new zero. That makes sense. Our new A of where we can actually go to is going to be the new relative zero plus the constraints, which in this case would be minus 20 and plus 20. So x is minus 20, y is plus 20. And that would be our new A values. The alpha stays the same because that's FOV. Left, right, up, down. Up, down is going to cause some problems. So this just needs to be copied temporarily up to the top. But except instead of the yaw, we do the pitch. Our new root. Our new A. I definitely broke it. Oh, hold on. Wrong set of variables here. So I copied and pasted it. Up and down, fine. But not the right. At this point, just start over. I think it's trying to zero it. I legitimately think that there's something with it going over 180 and it's switching to negative. I think it's switching to negative 180 instead of 181. And because it's trying to switch to 0, it's getting clamped by the other end at 160, which makes it look like it's jumping. But if it didn't jump, if it didn't have those clamps, it would actually probably work. Although that would break, it would break the other. It would break the other view, because the other view, you know, when you're at like 0, 0 and you go left by 20, you're going negative 20, so you don't have that issue, right? Of course, it's switching to negative 20, that's how it works on Unreal. The natural consequence of Unreal's approach to Euler rotations. Well, Zek, I wish I had you 30 minutes ago. I think there's obviously a way around that if that's what it's doing. Which method do I want to choose for this? So that's what being a useful viewer looks. Yeah, he just pulled an actually on me. I think there's a way to convert it. And I think I've had to do it before. Probably something with radians or some bullshit. Something with not real numbers. Or symbols, even worse. God forbid there's symbols in my math. You pull out one of those, you know, special looking erotic symbols. One of these like E's, right? They look like... that's just some. I'm just bullshitting. But yeah, we do need to resolve this mathematical issue. Wouldn't radians... Hold on. Unreal radians... Time to learn what radians are. I can test this, right? Just by not clamping, and that should allow me to move fully left and right. Okay, let me just print out what this means, and we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna go big dick right into it. Where's my print? Print. Just the offer now. Should have done this ages ago. Yeah, I mean, that would have answered my question. Crazy how that works. What does this do? I can't do anything now. Hold on. I still need to do this, but I needed to print the radians for this. That's the thing. I'm not looking in chat because you guys are going to tell me. You're going to answer it for me. Why is it clamped? You're not supposed to be clamped. Oh, I accidentally hooked up the clamp. Oopsies. It goes negative at what the fuck is this? What is this bullshit math? It does the same thing but at 3.14. You guys want to hear 50 digits of pi? 3.14159265358979323846238849716939393751. That's 50 digits of pi. When Unreal converts from Euler angles to the underlying quad representation, it doesn't ensure the compatibility of the two representations. Is there any way to... I guess what I could do is I could normalize the value between negative 180 and 180. Need a fact check on that? The problem is that you guys can't see my second monitor, so there's no proof. I could like cover my eyes. I can do it. The thing is I had to learn it for 6th grade because there was a contest to see who could remember the most digits of pi. And I think there was like a $10 reward or something. You know, it was completely dumb, but I learned 5 digits at a time by just repeating them and repeating them. And that's how I spent like the entire week in 5th grade. 6th grade. And I think it was worth it. What the hell would this look? 0 to 180, negative 180. If we... That would essentially lock it, right? Yeah. It doesn't like doing that, but it does it. What am I trying to do? Draw this out. Let's learn some weird math today. That's so annoying. I absolute valued it. Yeah, but then it would just... I could lock it to a hemisphere, but that's... It's not really helping me. That's not really solving the problem. I mean, I could easily check, is the resulting value going to be less than 0? In which case... I mean, why clamp it then? Well, we need to clamp it. If we don't clamp it, we have a problem. We aren't getting the right values. If the value is negative... Yeah, but then we run into an issue of this overflow. It would be much easier if I could just get the value between 0 and 360 and do it that way, because it works really well in this direction, because we're just dealing with negative 20 and 20. Oh my god. Would it mean that since Eulers are periodic over 360 degrees and quaternions are periodic over 720, multiple equivalent conversions for any rotations, you have to match them by doing fiddly bullshit best left to ancient Forden libraries. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. It's like, I know what I want to do, I just have no fucking clue how to accomplish it. And it would almost be easier to work with world rotation, but I really need to work with relative here. Like I could solve it by checking if we're greater or less than 0, 100%. But I feel like this would introduce some weird effects at 0 and 180. Which isn't a big deal for a prototype, but if there's a way around it, mathematically, like a learn, it would be a lot better than just doing it the dumb way, the dirty way. So it's a quant representation. So circle quaternion. Oh god. What hole am I jumping down here? Maybe there is something for like quat identity. Normalize quat, rotate vector quat. There's some quat shit. Make quat, come quat. Normalize this quaternion if it is large enough as compared to the supplied tolerance. Slurp. Ooh, I can slurp a quat. I've always wanted to. Curva. Make from Euler? How do I... Fuck is this? What am I doing? Hold. Test it out here. How do I normalize it though? Like, where does it go? Oh, it's just setting that. Okay. Weird. W? The fuck's a W? Well, that isn't helping. I could have done that myself. There's a stupid hack that should still work. That's so weird. I get why it does it. I just don't want it to do it. The rotation directly is what's leading to the sign flip, but if you apply rotation to the actor, these functions do maintain compatibility. Yeah, but I don't know if I can add... I can add relative rotation. I think there was a reason why I wanted to do set instead of add. I do not remember what it is. But it's worth a shot. It was 3 days ago, therefore I forget entirely what the intention of it was. Oh. Well, apart from that. Because we're adding. Did I mess that up? We'd still have to clamp, though. Was that what it was? Was it adding jitteriness? I'm getting a little burnt out mentally here. That's the addition plus the relative. This might be the wrong axes. What am I trying to do here? What am I? What am I doing, dude? I'm so burnt. Oh my god, I need a rest. Add, check the current. Oh, we're clamping it. What am I doing? What am I doing? That would only add, that wouldn't subtract, right? Oh my god, I'm cooked today. I really am. I'm doing like 2 different things here. We just don't want to add it. I need to like branch out of here. It's not that that doesn't work. One of these is wrong. Oh, that's correct. I think this was how we had it before, and there was jitteriness. Because we had to do the check. If I remember correctly. But why couldn't we just normalize? That's what we were doing before. Which we, of course, still want to do, so we still need to run that through. Let me just pull some of this shit out. Come here. I'll just do the yaw for now. Although I still feel like this isn't gonna fix it. I'm actually just making myself more confused. Like, just because we can add the rotation doesn't mean that we can clamp with that, because we still need to determine how we clamp. Which means we still need to... I mean, I could determine and save the... Like, I could calculate the bounds. I mean, it's really easy. We can just determine, is the new relative rotation going to exceed 180 in any way, shape, or form, in any axis? And then, in which case, we can just save the new boundaries, which in this case would be not 160 and 200, but 160 and negative 160. Which is actually even easier. I don't even need to save that. I can just determine if that old addition is going to fuck things up, in which case just multiply by -1. Because we're not ever going to have boundaries that are bounds that are over 360 degrees. Well, in our case 180. So would that work? It only works if the opposite relative root is 180. If it's the exact opposite. Because if it's 160 to... Well, if it's over 180, we could subtract 180 and then just multiply it by negative. Well, no, because it would have to be... 180 minus that difference. Right? Negative 180 plus that difference. I think I know how to do it. I just have to clean some mess. And whenever we apply to this, we have to apply to the one up there too for the pitch. Sorry, my voice is starting to go. Okay, if either of these just pull it down here for the moment. It's greater than 180. And we need to watch this just absolutely not work in any way, shape, or form. I'm prepared for it, okay? I'm prepared for it. Not gonna work. Is incorrect. Okay. Oh, hold on. I do need to do 2 separate checks here. Try to get away with it. Just a little bit of math here. Okay, floating point math is pretty cheap for most modern CPUs. I can't move left to right anymore. What did I break? What did I accidentally unhook? I mean, the up or down it is working. I feel like I just messed something small up, maybe. No debug data. Why no debug data? Or why do you know debug? Oh, I think I hooked it up to the wrong. Oh no, that's wait. It's close. Okay, it's close. It's just the wrong math. Just the wrong math. It's fine. I think this method will work. It wasn't plus 180, it was 160 to 200. 160 is fine. But that's why this is false. So we're returning 160. This one is, and it is returning true. But we need to do the minus 180 plus the difference. I talked about it correctly. I implemented it incorrectly. We need to add the difference. And this is making the difference. Which couldn't we just 2 times, wait, what is this, 200? If you add a 1 after the very last 0, what, so it's minus 180.01? I don't think that would help. Or do you mean something else? I'm getting the difference. This is correct. Why do I feel like I can just add it back in? 20 or minus 180. Why not subtract 360? Wait. Am I retarded? Well, I know I am. That's correct. Why isn't that returning the right number, though? Or more importantly, it's not letting me even move left and right. $160 and minus 160. That's correct. Am I crazy? Should I not be clamping here? I should be clamping. I need to give it a little bit of leeway. The issue isn't the clamp. Well, it is. It's that I'm clamping, which is preventing it from switching over. I think. Although it's weird that it doesn't let me move left and right here. Am I doing the alpha wrong? I feel like I'm so close. Ooh. Great, we solved one problem and we caused another. We're getting the right values. But and this is a but. More select nodes. Looking at this, maybe the wrong direction. Something feels wrong here. Like one of these should be negative. No, it just won't let me push over. That value doesn't matter because that's false anyway. Just, I'm not getting the debug. Realistically, it is 160 to minus 160, which is correct. But I definitely think the lerp is having a hernia because of that. Which might be the reason why. Because it should be going in the other direction. We should actually be lerping between... How the fuck do we even do that? I guess we have to normalize that to a new range. The fuck would no, because that wouldn't do it. I want to talk about this. I don't want any mention of my nodes, the number of them, the spaghetti. The Italians would be happy, and that's always what this stream has been about, pleasing the Italians.
Shiitake?
And also shiitake. It's also been about that. True. I want to talk about it. The numbers! What do they mean? It didn't help at all. Didn't do anything. In fact, nothing changed. That's crazy how that works. Oh. I see the issue. Something feels off there. Oh, I fucked it up. Wait. Did I? It's starting to look like one of those infinite power memes with the extension cord plugged into itself. I'll just collapse it all down to a what we call a forget node. It works, forget about it, move on, and then nobody sees the spaghetti underneath. I feel like one of these... I feel like I plugged them into the lerps wrong. And I don't really recall... what I was trying to do. This is making the right numbers. The numbers are correct. They're not doing the correct thing. $180 minus absolute value minus 180, which will return our 20 to negative 20, but I don't just want to plug those in, because that should only be done if we have an issue with those numbers. The problem is returning false, which is grabbing that. Just grabbing the raw number. So it's still 160 to negative 20. Which is weird because it doesn't show according to the alpha. The alpha looks like it's just going between negative 20 and 20. Doesn't make sense. Or negative 20 and negative 20. These are the right numbers. Numbers are correct. You realize there's a rotator lerp, right? Would that do what we want, though? I don't know what it looks like under the hood. I don't know if it automatically handles those changes in quaternions or whatever the fuck it was. Oh. Shortest path. You want to know the really sad part? You want to know the last time that I used this exact node? Here's today. This is probably when I last used it. So it has not even been a full month. And I'm pretty sure I used this node because of the exact same problem. I just want you to consider how quickly Alzheimer's will descend upon me and shit down my throat. Let me do this outside, and then we can make a new collapse node and delete the thing. Like most of this was okay. For certain this was. I appreciate you guys not being mean with me. This stuff has always been my, not my strong suit. It just handles it? Wouldn't we then just want to... What am I actually doing now? What am I actually trying to do with this node? What two rotators am I trying to lurk between? What's my alpha? We're not trying to lerp the rotator though. Now I'm overthinking it, or am I underthinking it? We don't want to lerp, we just want to constrain. The problem is the map. I actually don't think that the lerp rotator would assist us here. It would if we were moving it normally. Like through a timeline or something. Well, no, it could, because we could plug in... Hold on. I think that there's still a use for this. I think I'm just putting it in the wrong place. This gets us our right numbers. And then I feel like we can normalize these two. I feel like we should do that at the end. What were the outputs for the clamps in this scenario? Oh, all over here. It's still... I mean, we should just be able to plug in those lerps. Or plug in those to the... No, it makes sense that I would have to normalize the 20 and negative 20 because that's we could say the absolute value. Like the distance is 40. I guess there's a few ways we could do this. The distance is 40. And we can normalize that. But we'd have to check what our current... Well, if the difference is 40, then we could normalize the current value. No, because the current value would be also have negative 160. So is fitting 20 to negative 20? If we normalize wherever we are 0 to 140 and map it to, or the lerp, between 160 and negative 160 for the, that should be what we want to do. And then we plug that into the set relative rotation. Is there a case, because we're equaled right now, we are right in the center, 180. Would this work? 10 to 30, yeah, I guess I could just get the... This should work. What degrees are 40 at what length along the radius? It's 40, the distance is... There's 40 things, there's 40 numbers in between some shitty... There's shitty numbers, okay? We hate the shitty numbers, fuck the shitty numbers. Stupid, shitty, bullshit circles and degrees and all this bullshit. Why can't you just be 160 to 200 like a normal fucking radius, okay? It's real, okay? And we take the fake numbers and we put them to real numbers. 0 to 40 is the real numbers we want. So we get the negative 20 and the 20. We're gonna absolute value the shit out of these motherfuckers because they deserve it, and then we're gonna add them together, and that's the maximum to our normalized range. Range minimum 0, range maximum 40, and I forget what we're gonna plug into that. Something. We're plugging in something. Hold on. We need the 0 to 40. How do we get the 0 to 40? How do we get the 0 to 40? Fuck, we're supposed to plug something in. It's right there. It's right there, it's right there, 0 to 40, I can get it. How do I get the 0 to 40? How do I know? I can add. We can add, hold on. Hold on. Well, if we're at negative 170 in that upper range, hold on. This is what we have right now. We know the distance from that. That's easy. We can just absolute value and add them. It might be the other way around, but either way, it doesn't matter. Yes, I could 0 to 40 that easily, which then we could map as, we can normalize that, but we need some way to determine what number we actually have. And it should be mapped. It should be mapped to 0 to 40. I'm nearly 100% sure this is exactly what we would want to do. You got your Chick-fil-A, I'm glad. This is a good thing. We need this, we need this, we need this. And I think... Why am I normalizing? Can you just subtract? It's way overly complicated. What am I doing? Why don't we just get the distance? Rephrase the problem. Sir, you assume that I am able to rephrase. Just clamp the flow. We have a grid here. And the player can move inside of this. This is relative to where the camera is pointing. So you always have this grid to move in no matter which way the camera is pointing. The problem is that when you reach 180 on the rotation, this doesn't become 181. It becomes minus 179. Which I'm wondering why we don't just absolute value and check the distance. Which seems like a million times easier. You can't do that, we're proper fucked. I'm just overthinking it. Yeah, it's just... I've gotten too deep. And I was trying to solve it by making it be 360 so I could just do it, but then I was worried about causing jitteriness at 0 and 180, and then it got down this far, and now I'm just like so deep down into it that I should just go back to the start and probably just do it via distance. Which I think would make the most sense. Distance from the root, because we know the root for that axis. The funny thing is I've done way more complex math in Golden Chronicles. It's the easiest math that stumps me, not the complex math. Weirdest thing. And I think all the nodes were just getting in my way. Let's go back to this. We get our current rotation. We add the adder. And we're just gonna clamp it. With the distance. We plug this in right now. We have no boundaries to the way that we can move the cameras. Oh, they have a fun time at the poles, that's for sure. That's okay. Essentially no boundaries. We want to see if the new value, let's start with one axis at a time here because we can just easily switch it for the next one. We need the absolute. O kurwa. Thanks, Rex. Well, we could just subtract first and then take the absolute, right? Because it would really end up just being the same thing. And rather than absolute twice. Not crazy, right? At this point, I've just given up hope. Fuck it, we're gonna plug in random nodes and see what happens. This will work for 0, but then we have to hook up these bad boys. Okay, so clearly it doesn't like that. That's fine, just tell me what's happening. Oh, it's minus 50. Hold on. I was like, wait. 0 minus 50? No, 0 minus 50. To limit the motion. Well, we actually had that working, but I'm thinking of a different solution for it that is a little bit, hopefully, better. But it's turning out to be also not great. Now it's just fucking adding. No, it should be adding negative 50. What are we doing? Wait, where was it getting negative 50 from? Oh, that's right. I plugged that in wrong. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that is the goal. I'm doing it in a hopefully simpler way. Fingers crossed. Hasn't been going good so far. Yeah, and that's where the problem is caused. We could still use the absolute value distance. Basically, rather than worrying about the 0 to 180 bullshit, we can just get the root and the distance away from the root in that axis, and if it's too far, we clamp it, right? Like, fuck the 180, negative 179, all this stuff. I don't want to deal with it. We don't have to deal with it. If we know the root, then we can use the lerp rotator. If I'm not mistaken, I'll worry about the enum separately, and the FOV separately. We know that that was working before. Kill you, Drow, kill me, Drows. It's boiling fucking hot in my room too right now. I'm dying inside. Fake leather chair too. Oof. Seven Celsius, did I wish? Yeah, what are we doing? We can just normalize the... Hold on. Couldn't we do this either way? Hold on. Two separate directions, they might be unequal. Oh, this should be minus. 2 range in the max. Will be 180, so 160 to 200. This all leads back to the same problem though. What if we just add 360 to make the numbers easier to work with? It wouldn't. The distance, we still want the distance. $180 minus the absolute value of our current rotation on that axis. Would be our value for the normalize. Keep in mind, I'm not going home until I fix this. I just want you guys to be aware of that, so. This could either be a 10-minute left of the stream, or I will order pizza if I have to. I don't give a fuck. I'm solving this. I'm going home so I can rest easy. Cool, 24 hours. Yeah, it probably is 20. I know I said I'd do 24 hours when I hit 1K followers, but I think this works as the alpha. I think this works. I need to move between not this, is it? Well, can I just plug the, I just want to see what this number is. I know it's probably broken, just let me see some fucking numbers. What about this is wrong? What am I even checking? What am I even doing anymore? What was I doing this for? Hold on. Go back. Hold on. Because we actually need to add in the modifier. It's the one thing I didn't do. Why am I using this? Well, let me make this the starting device. $116,200. Yeah, that gives us the normalized distance. Something it tells me we don't want to use this right now. Something tells me we do want to use this. Why? What am I doing? We want to return that, but only if it's within the acceptable ranges. Well, we've already checked the acceptable ranges. We've normalized it. That won't clamp it though. Clamps an angle to the range of 0 to 360. Well, how about you fucking convert the angle to 0 to 360, bitch? Clamps an angle to the range of -180 to 180. Create a rotation from an axis. You know, there probably is one stupid, simple thing that I can use here that does what I want it to do. And because I don't know what it's called, here we are. Well, it's clearly not what I want to do. Oh, we didn't plug anything into it. Well, because we don't know what to clamp it to, but we think that it's already clamped. We're back at square one. Oh, because that's the wrong... What am I trying to do the lerp if I've already normalized it? Wasn't the original plan just to do distance? I'm trying to plug in this lerp. Blueprints are like classes. Yeah, it's just a visual way to... It's like grouping up code in C++. Like grouping together functions and stuff. Just being done visually. Hey, Agent. Like, I was going to be really hardcore focused on this. I want to go home, but I need to solve it in order to go home, so... This is where we are. I'm very hungry. I haven't eaten in 8 hours. So. I swear I resolved a problem almost exactly like this when making my Dishonored like blinking mechanic. I literally just did this like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, 1.5 weeks ago, some amount of time ago. Because I made this. And I had the stupid little sprite rotating. And I'm pretty sure I had to deal with the same rotational bullshit. I literally just resolved. I just did this and I forgot how I did it. This was kind of fun though. But I can't even plug that in right now because it's not working. Oh, I have the, I have those backwards. Should be going back to 0. Should be negative 180 to 0. It's not positive 180. Why is that going back to 0? Oh. Be 0. Did I just have this at 0 to 180? Well, I guess we could ABS it. take the absolute value. Yeah. In which case, why isn't it just the same thing? I don't fucking know anymore. Like, what am I doing? Okay, we can break that up into this sort of pie. Zero to one, 1 to 0. I feel like I pick 10 different ways to get to the exact same spot that I'm at, and not to get over that spot. It's great. If you want to get to the spot where I'm at, I'm showing you every single way that exists. So I hope you're enjoying that. I'll get past it. I want to get past it on my own. I can fucking do this. It's gonna be worth it. It's the 12-hour YouTube video for nobody who watches it. I'll do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna sit in this festering room of heat and just die. Okay, what we have now is this. Can we something about it seems so easy and yet so complex. And this was solved by like old guys 30 years ago, even more. There's probably a fucking node for this. How can there not be? Would have helped to know that that was there. Granted, whatever. Wait, gotta be fucking way. Plug things in. Do it. Although I don't know why my mouse is now fucked up. Not providing the right mouse type. Center and alt mouse tray. Look, I broke that doing something. Make from Euler. What is a Euler and what is a quat? Kumquat? Four-dimensional vector. There aren't four. Like you can smell it. You can feel it. I don't like that. Not real. I'm gonna look it up. The math doesn't work using real numbers, that's why it has an imaginary component. I don't deal with imaginary things. That's why Expedition 33 wasn't good. Only real things. I can set the transform. No, I can't. Even that. I'll just do this. I'll just be 0 to 1, right? Oh, with 0 being 180. Well, that makes sense. would just shift it, wouldn't it? What am I doing? What am I wanting to do? Delta Force. Let me grab some shit from here. Yeah, I do have a goal here. It's to figure it out myself. That's my goal. Otherwise, what do I learn? Now it goes between two. That's lovely. That'd be the 0. I'll figure it out. I'm stubborn enough. What else do I have to do tomorrow? Go to a job? Oh wait. There is some node that does what I want it to do. I know it. It's there. I don't know what it's called. They're just gonna give me the same thing, I think, as I was doing up here. Literally the same. Oh, it's just returning the value. I appreciate that. It's already what it is. Get rotated. I like that. Get rotated, bitch. Just clamp though. Well, that's not what I thought that would do. It's kind of what I wanted, but that's not what I wanted. That's not what I thought it did based on the description. That's what I've been trying to do this whole time. I thought it would just clamp it between 0 and 360. Not actually change it to show 0 to 360. Oh. Well, if Epic's documentation was good, we wouldn't be in this scenario. Never been in that situation before, have we? And now I need to go back to everywhere that I was before. I've completely forgotten. Why did I want that? At one time, like an hour ago, I wanted that. To do a solution that was in my head, and then I didn't find that solution, so I moved on to a new solution, and I don't need it. It's easy too, because if it's greater than 360, we can just subtract the 360. If the result. The result of what? Of the yaw. Why did I want that? Who knows anymore? What am I doing? I'm just typing things. Even what I had before was working better. But now I've destroyed it. Oh. You wouldn't download a Quaternion. Stop piracy. Stop Quaternion piracy. Mommy, what's a Quaternion?
Shut up, Timmy! Fucking 0 to 360. You dumb shit.
I'm losing my mind. Man, we need the FOV. I keep forgetting. The FOV is actually an important part of this equation. Do what? Good question. But I can't like set the rotator from that. I can clamp it to the angle, sure. It's like, what are we doing? What am I doing? Here, let's just put it back to what it was. There. Beautiful. Clamp it, then normalize it. I love it. I'd rather be playing Death Stranding right now. Right, I have my ranges. I could put it into the range. Can't go above 180 anyway. No, don't play more relaxing music. I'm already dying here. What am I doing? Shut up, Twitch stuff. I'm just retarded. I don't know. It's over for me. This is my.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
This is my cocoa melon. Just divide it. I know if I rushed, I know if I started walking home, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's how I do it. I have alcohol here. I actually work better when I'm a little bit drunk. Because then I don't think. But I was already doing this. Why am I doing it again? I was already doing this. Why do I want this? Why am I plugging this in? How does this help me? Why did I do that? Why did I just type this and put this in? Why am I hooking these notes up? What will this resolve for me? This is the same thing. What am I doing? What am I... Why am I doing this? What is this printing? How does this help me? Actually, that's kind of doing what I think that's doing what I want. Hold the phone. No, it's not. No, it's so dumb. That's right, these were for clamps. For a brief moment, I forgot what those were for. Not doing it. It didn't do the thing this time. Oh, because I normalize it. Hold on. I don't remember why I did that. Or why I wanted to. Oh, now it's just not working. Okay. Cool. So it's not doing the thing. Because we're not adding in the adder. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Is it the Y we want or the X we want? We want the X. Forgot rather than just looking at numbers, we actually need to add some numbers up here. I fixed the problem, except for now the other direction has the same problem. I've reversed the issue. Absolute cinema. I'm going to the bathroom.
shiitake?
Seriously, it's like a goddamn fire in here. This bottle turned to vinegar yet? Doesn't smell bad. Yeah, I need it. I created the same problem, but it's now reversed. I think I know why though. I think I was talking about like subtracting 360 from some shit, and I think I needed to do that. There's a reason why. Like, look, we have the right number. It's doing the same thing. It's trying to go back to zero. We have literally gone around in a circle. Hope this wine's okay. I don't think it'll kill me, right? Maybe just diarrhea. Wine and Coke. I think this is why we wanted to LARP, right? I mean, we can still do the clamp, but we probably do need the LARP, right? LARP rotator. I think it's because of that switch. It's because of that 0 to 360 switch. Just like the 180 to negative 180.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
That is me. Yeah, but I did the 20 to negative 20. That's not what's being plugged in because we clamped it. So why are we doing that? Debug is an understatement of what I'm trying to do. I'm actually just trying to be an intelligent individual. Turns out that's too hard. I think I will go home and kill myself. Okay, so we've made progress in that I can create the bug on the other side. That's something, right? What if we just flip the value of the float based on something? Should I remove the bugs? Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do with that? That's crazy, bro. Where's my music? Oh, the next song, goddamn. I can only ever create it in one single direction. Yeah, that's how I feel. You can order some pizza? Not for me though, right? Like I'm so close. I feel like I really just need to switch something the moment the value fucks up. What are the values of my min-max? Or do they look fine? Because I actually didn't check. 20, negative 20. 162. I see that one's working fine. The 20, negative 20 isn't. This should be using this. Oh, I see why. I think I'm on to the right thing. I put the select in the wrong place. I think. Maybe. Potentially. This would just flip the problem, right? We would have it facing forward. Oh, see, I can, now we have it in both locations. Beautiful. We've spread the problem to the other side. Dox myself on stream. Why? So somebody can come and what? Fix my bugs? Go ahead. What do you want? What do you want to value? You want this half-finished bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon that's been sitting out in the warmth for weeks? Probably over a month. You want my nearly finished bottle of generic Coca-Cola? 0. Have at it. Look, we're so fucking close to this. Is it genuine cola? It's genuinely cheap. And not that terrible tasting. Why do we even need that? Oh. That's what we needed. How can I get it to switch to the clamp axis? Oh, hold on. That's right, it wouldn't go to 180 because it's... Won't this cause problems at the start, though? Oops. Can I just write my suicide note on stream instead? Is that allowed on Twitch? I'll just switch to Kick. I'm sure you can do it there. It's a little vinegary. It's like we're finishing the bottle tonight. You know what? If I could just fucking play Death Stranding on stream, bro. I'm losing my mind here. I never want to open up this component again. Do it now. Tempted. I don't have it installed on here. The reason I'm working long today is because I won't go home until I finish this. That's what's gonna happen. Even if I have to go to the store and buy some... Actually, I have snacks here. I still have some pistachios. They'll tide me over. I have pistachios and wine. Cheap wine. God, I feel like I'm right there. It's like the issue is right here. If the added value Can we sleep now? No, you can't sleep now. We fuckled. Even getting the right numbers. It's the pissy part. So pissy. I'm so anger. Probably because we're trying to use the... Yeah, but that's fine. We should be using the 180. So we want to use that when it's less than. then those switch. It's because these switch. This fixes it for the front camera, but it causes the problem with the back camera. It's not if we want to use different numbers entirely. We either use the numbers in that way or we use it in the other way. In addition, adding them, we would. The part of me that thinks that this is the answer and the part that doesn't. There are two wolves inside of me. And by that I mean I'm getting double penetrated by two wolves. This is what it feels like. Take care, man. I'm in it for the long haul. Don't read the C++ symbols. I have enough trouble reading numbers. I don't need it to read symbols. God damn. I don't know what I'm doing at this point. This is more broken than the healthcare system. Okay, maybe it's not that bad. It feels like it though. Like, won't this just return the... that 360-degree value? It works there. Just that switch, and it was the same thing back before too. Just that switch. I was gonna check if the value ended up being... But then this caused a problem. That's what we tried before. Oh, it just doesn't resolve it. Why doesn't that though? I'll still be here. That's probably true. I keep telling myself to keep doing it, even though I'm getting more and more tired and more hungry. And I think this wine is bad, and now I feel a little bit sick. No, I didn't have it working. No, I'm okay. I'll be back at some point. I got food. And get me a straight jacket. I didn't have this work. The reason it's broken is because I want to be able to zoom in and move around, but setting the relative rotation fucks with the numbers. I could have sworn I had this. Oh, fuck me. Print this bitch for me. Yeah, come here, print. Am I dumb? Yeah, I am. The wrong way. You fucked up. How did I have it before to do the 0 to 1 smoothly? Crazy? Maybe it'd just be easier with a clamp. But then it'll still then just go to 0 to 1. If it's less than or equal to 180. That'll just split it into 2 pieces again. I'm inherently splitting it into 2 pieces. Yeah, but I need to split it into 2 pieces. Don't I? Ooh, Dragon, how's Indie life? It's horrible. Kill me. End my existence. I've been on stream for 9 hours. I'm dead. Send help. Just gonna normalize again. I don't give a shit anymore. I don't care. Watch me do it. Watch me use 1,000,000 nodes when I could use 2. Fuck your CPUs, gamers. Actually not working. What was that giving me before? I need to go back down to... Wait. Oh, I plugged in the wrong thing. Such one has poisoned me. I feel something. Yeah, see, that just splits it into 2. Can I just switch these though? Can I blame my brain on Ubisoft for? Can I? I've played too many Ubisoft and EA games. This works, right? What am I doing? I feel like this is progress, but I don't know how. I wanted to do it, but I don't know why I wanted to do it. What does this mean? Yeah, fuck it. No, we'll break my stream record today. Why not? PoE live announcement? What, PoE 2? I gave PoE 2 a negative review. I don't have good feelings about PoE 2. Are they making it better? Not really. I didn't like this game. Love PoE 1 though. Good game. Oh, they're showing new league? I have so many games to play. I finished Death Stranding 1. This wine has to be. This wine is not sitting well in my stomach. I gotta stop drinking it. I can't go to their menu. I gotta fix this bug. I've been live for 9 hours without food. I'm starting to drink alcohol, so this is where we're at. I ain't looking at shit. I don't even know anymore. I keep going in circles. Like, I solve one problem, but it creates the problem that I had previously. And then so I resolve that problem, but then it reverts me back to the problem that I just fixed. Have I earned my Google switch? My Google search? Google switch. Never ending bug. I had one similar to that in Colton Chronicles, but it was due to a refactor. This is more just I don't know how to maths. And I think I just need to give in. There's a flaw in everything, not in me. I'm perfect. I've never done anything wrong. My worldview is the correct worldview. Everybody else's worldview is wrong unless they agree with me. My political party never has done a single thing unethical. Anyone who disagrees with me, Nazi. There. Now, who's a family member that thinks like that? Come on. We all have that person, right? The fuck's a quaternion? Wait. Oh. Whether we sweep to the destination, currently not supported for rotation. Wonderful. The one thing that I could have used it for and wanted to use it for isn't working. I don't know what this does. I'm gonna try it, but I don't know what the fuck it does. Power of life and death. Oh, we're at life and death now? Is this the stage of the stream where I get to control my... Well, it's my own life, right? My own death. You know, I never knew how people felt when they wanted to die, but I assume that this is the reason, right? Like, this is why depressed people are depressed. Is because they have to figure out fucking Eulers and Quaternions. Whatever the fuck those are. How you doing, Freds? Sorry I didn't say hi. I'm dead. I can type in uptime to see how dead I am. And I'm drinking bad wine. What? Huh? I am very confused. I feel like my sexuality is even confused right now. I think this is gonna make me gay, guys. What do I do? I'm just trying to clamp angles. It's Eulers. Eulers is the problem. Eulers is making me gay. It's not like it's not the Michigan lead tainted water that's making the frogs gay. It's Eulers. What is a Euler? Set from you. What's a Euler? Convert a vector of floating point Euler angles into a quaternion. What the fuck is a quaternion and what is a Euler? What does this do? Two quaternion rotator. What is a quaternion and what is a Euler? How do I Euler? Euler? Fuck Euler. Who's Euler? Sounds French. Piece of shit. Oh, he's German. Oh, we know what he did then. Convert a quaternion into... Okay, can I make a rotator? Make rotation from axes. No. Make rod. What the fuck? What is it? What is this? What is this number? What does this mean? This doesn't help me. This is just the normal number. This is just the regular rotator. What is this number? Quad structure. Break. What is this? Show me the Z value. How does this help me? I could have done this normally. It's just normalizing the values. And can I have a meltdown? Hey, Andre. I'm giving up. I'm asking Grok. This is where we're at. Wait, what did I see? Hold on. But the user is saying fucking Eulers is making it hard, so maybe there's a specific issue they're facing. This is so true. Bro, so true. I just told it to do it in blueprints. The reason why is because sometimes you can only do things in C++ and they don't have blueprints. Ugh. What is it clamping though? It's clamping the float values. I like how it even, bro, like, this keeps the pitch away from the plus minus 90 degree, which avoids the gimbal lock crap, where Euler angles lose their fucking minds. I love this shit. Sometimes I fucking love Grok. But why does it work if it keeps the pitch away from plus minus 90? No, I don't. It's not the pitch that's the problem. This should sort your ass out. Oh man. I like the Grok can get edgy. I appreciate that. Pitch doesn't matter. Just the wait, pitch does matter. But the pitch isn't the problem. Pitch is fine. It's the yaw that fucks me up, bro. I need to rotate the camera by a relative 180, but then if I want to clamp in a range of 20 degrees from that, fucking Euler. Am I right? Oh, pitch matters, yeah. Yeah, it's not the I can get like one side to work at clamp angle. I don't fucking know. Some of the things do, they work with Eulers, but they don't say they do. Clamps an arbitrary angle to be between the given angle. I mean, maybe. Because like this says clamps an angle to the range of 0 to 360. What this actually does is it converts the Euler over to just a normal 0 to 360. It doesn't say that. I mean, maybe the clamp angle does work. I don't fucking know. I could give it a shot. What else do I have to lose? We know that this number works. We need the axis. I don't know if I broke something with it though. Okay, that's fine. Andre, where were you 3 hours ago? Huh? Answer. I need an answer right now, or you're getting banned. Where were you 3 hours ago? And why were you not watching this stream? Where were you 3 hours ago? What were you doing? What were you doing that was so much more important than helping me deal with the Oilers? Fucking bullshit European people. Where were you? Were you playing a game? Were you jerking it? You're taking a nap. This is what you think is more important than helping me with numbers, with angles. Pretty based, actually. Fuck these nodes. Fuck them all. All the nodes. I agree. Ugh. That's been sitting out for too long. Unreal's a node for everything, you just need to know it. Yeah, and all these stupid things don't tell you. It's like some of these things are based on Euler, some of them are quaternion, some of them will just automatically change your 0 to 180 and then negative 180 to 0 to 0 to 360. It doesn't say that. This is a clamps. Okay, great. Why do I use this instead of clamping between 0 and 360? It doesn't say changes the angle from Euler to go fuck yourself and then clamps it between 0 to 360. Why doesn't it say that? Alright, let's clean this up, let's get it working, and then I'm going home. I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I need to calm down, I need to relax. What am I doing? Okay, hold on, I need some other things. Hold on. We need this. Why do I need this? What is this? What is this? Wait. Hold on. I know it looks messy right now. I need to get it working and then I can fix the mess. Relax. Okay, you're gonna be okay. Jesus loves you. Apparently. I don't know why though, I'm a degenerate. I admit, I've played all Neko Power games. Oh, I didn't hook it up. Shouldn't it already be clamped? Why am I lerping? Hold on. I think I did the clamp too early. Hold on. Oh, kurwa. Ooh, okay. What did I have plugged in before? What is broken? What needs to be hooked up? Get rid of this. Fuck you. I don't need you, node. Dumb bitch. This is fine. What were these for? These were my previous clamp values. I don't know what they return now. What is this? What is this connected to? Get out of here. broke it? What did I break? I see what I broke. Is it fixed? It's not fixed. What did I break? Fuck. That's why. I forgot this was the feature that actually this is what I was fixing. Like, why is it broken? I wasn't actually engaging with the feature as it was intended to be designed. That's like implementing jump on your character and then just sitting there with your hands off the keyboard and be like, why isn't he jumping? I don't understand. How do jump? Now I want to play Majesty. What a good game. Do it. I really do want to play it. Good game. RuneScape calling. I haven't touched RuneScape in a while. I don't think I'm going to return to it. I think I've given up on that game. Cool, we gotta switch this out for the up down. Andre, by the way, you're getting VIP. Before I forget. No more ads for you, sir. Not that I really ran a whole bunch in the first place. Works. I think I might cry. Seriously, Andre, thank you. Really, seriously. I can't even begin to explain. If anybody's been around for the whole time, you just woke up, you came in here, You did something so fucking legendary. Dramok's has been here the whole time. Rex has been here the whole time. Absolutely based. Thank you for that. I cannot begin to explain how annoying this whole thing has been. We're not done yet. I need to know why it doesn't start you with your mouse being hidden. Should be an easy fix. Please be an easy fix. Fuck. Shut up. An unreal. If fishing and falls 76? Oh shit. Still saving away at your fucking save code. What's your issue with saving? You know, I don't. I want to know. I don't have time. Nothing personal. Let's just, you know, like, we'll just touch dicks in solidarity, but not say a word to each other. I think that's fair. Remote save load sync? Oh shit. That sounds complex. I'm staying away. Have fun. Where's my mouse? There it is. Why aren't you working? Hide the mouse cursor. Where's the mouse? Why is the mouse cursor not hidden at default? The fuck is this? Where's my mouse? Oh, our dick's already touched? Oh, cool. Not gay. Nothing gay between two men. Why is it being set automatically like that? Why was it not being set when the camera's my starting device? Why? But why here? In the stream, men are not insecure about their sexuality. I don't see why, like, if you like girls, like, what's the problem? You can't joke about liking dudes once in a while? It doesn't mean when you see a woman that you're gonna be any less turned on. I feel like people who think like that also think that if you touch a black person, that the black is gonna rub off on you. Clip that and ship that. Yeah, you're sucking dick right now, yeah. Who cares? I think back to that Always Sunny quote from D. What's the you know, what's wrong with calling somebody a cocksucker? Half the world likes sucking cock and other half likes getting their cock sucked. Okay, seriously, why is my mouse input not working with this? It's the base device? Handle inputs unpossessed. Report mode. Maybe we should be doing it here. But why is this smartphone doing it? Oh, I can move this back over. And I will leave a comment. Fuck you, you dumb bitch bimbo. Fuck Eulers. Fuck Quaternions. Fuck angles. Fuck it all. There. That'll help me remember. I think you just have to say that it's not gay, and that makes it not gay. From what I know about the rules of gayness, it is if you want it to be. Yeah, why does this put me right directly into the camera? I don't understand that. Is this gonna crash again? Oh no, it didn't crash this time. Oh, that's cool. That's so nice of it. You think all people in prison are gay? I mean, they committed crimes, so... Committing crimes is pretty gay. I think that... Haven't there been some people... I think it was a TV show or something where they mentioned that, like, you absolutely cannot be gay. But if you're in prison, like, it's kind of accepted because you have nothing else around. Absolute peak gold medal level mental gymnastics on that one. It might have been Sopranos or something. And, you know, it was meant to be, like, humorous, but also kind of show the way that they think. It's either that or The Wire. I feel like it was one of those two. That's so weird. And I guess I can't find the problem anymore, so it is what it is. They are both goats. They absolutely are. Exceptional shows. We can't use the cameras in that way. We can fix that. Great, now I got thoughts about sucking dick. That's how it is, sir. don't see a problem. Like, I think that all guys should accept gays because it takes 2 men out of the market. Like, you have fewer men to compete with when there's more gay men. If you're straight, you should actively want there to be more gay people. I don't understand. What you don't want is lesbians. Those are bad. Gays are great, lesbians are bad if you're a straight man who has some weird issue with homosexuality. That should be the way of thinking. That would require intelligence. No, lesbians are fine if I become trans? I don't know. I don't know the math on that one, sir. What's the mouse input? That's right. There's a few things I gotta fix here. Primarily these cameras. Should be set to pan and zoom. It should all be set to pan and zoom. What am I thinking? There's definitely, though, a problem with mouse capture. Careful with what you type. I know you're just fucking around, but Twitch... They'll ban VTubers for showing any skin, but support terrorism and you'll get front page. So who knows what their values are. Probably just money, actually. I know the answer to that. Yeah, that's weird. Let me try printing here. Where's interact? Print. You notice the problem. Yeah, I can definitely replicate the problem. It's not receiving the mouse input until you click a few times. Is it potentially just not running the completed? that might be relevant. Worry about that later. There might be something to that. That's weird. On Possess, we should be setting the mouse capture mode. Handle inputs on Possess. We do run that, right? On Possess? Oh no, we don't. Oh, this might be the reason. I don't think I ever finished doing this. I was working on it, I was testing it, and then I never finished. And here we are. Ooh. I'm so glad that today has been so smooth and we've had no bugs or problems. I just love when I develop like that. The computer might be a little fucked up. Hold on. That could be part of the problem. Device. Oop. Still capital. Problem is, if Alt is being held, it doesn't reset that. It still keeps the trace off, but it doesn't set the mouse cursor. So we can fix that somewhere. Is it here? No. That's weird. We do have a set to show mouse cursor. I wonder if it has to do with manual mode not getting reset on Unpossess. Angel Pizza. It wasn't really by choice. Yes, it was. Unfortunately. Does that not trigger the... Oh, let me check something. Yeah, it doesn't swap the inputs. Is there a way to do that? Like, quickly run a check on an input mapping, see if it's being held down at the time. A5, check input action. Check if button is being held. I don't know, just... I'm sure there's a way. Resetting that. Probably because we're removing that mapping, then adding it back. I could fix that. How can I fix that? If we did it on Possess, I could just check if we already had it, or we should already have it, and if so, keep it, otherwise remove it. Little bit of a change. Yeah, but it's not the way that it should be done. I know that. I've checked if input is being held when adding mapping context. Hmm. Ooh. That works. How did that hit? I guess it does hit. The box must just barely touch the overlay. It's a pretty big box, to be fair. Makes sense.
Mr. President, wake up.
Shush. I'm working. I'm doing it, sir. Yeah, I'll just reset these all back to what they were. Yeah, that one looks fine. It really is inside his head, though. Can I pull it out anymore? Just a little bit, please. That's better. It doesn't have to look realistic, it just has to work. Oh. Weird one. I wonder if that's hitting the box. It's my first time majorly working with components. I'm trying to iron out the kinks. Except the kinks we like. Meow. Would that be? I specifically set the smartphone's box to not receive collision. Unless we're still doing the mouse trace. Here. Hit actor cube. What am I hitting here? Like triggering multiple times. Oh, because we were testing that. We were testing that problem. Seems fine now. Yeah, I don't know. Seems fine now. I don't know what it was. Jeez. Okay, I will send all this stuff over to Cuthbert then, and he can tell me what he thinks of the new approach and hierarchy. But I'm gonna get going home. It is time. This has been a 10-hour stream. We'll do the debug shit tomorrow or something. I don't know what. I need to go home. I'm dead. Stuff happened today. That's my check-in message. Oh. I have nothing in me anymore. I'm dead. Alright guys, I thank you for sticking around. I apologize for my retardation. You know what, just that should be the message every day, let's be honest. Andre, thank you so much for helping me. Seriously, thank you everybody for putting up with that, whatever that was. Hopefully we won't have something like that anytime soon. I was gonna say we won't have something like that again, but it will happen again. Just hopefully not within the next couple weeks. Before we go, let me update the calendar. When does Death Stranding 2 come out? I'm gonna have to hook up the PS5 and figure out how it's gonna work. June 26th. Okay. I don't know what time June 26th. If it ends up being like late at night, we'll do it on. We'll start on the 27th. It might. I just don't know yet. That'll be a nice little break. And then next week, we have Steam Next Fest on 2 days. So Friday and Monday, we're gonna like just get to a good stopping point where we can, you know, assess where things are going, determine what we want to do next. So we can take a couple breaks to play some Steam Next Fest demos and then jump back into some big features and stuff. And then we can take another break for Death Stranding 2. Alright guys, thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your night. I will see you tomorrow. Take it easy. Fuck angles. This is not for you guys. You guys get this, but this is for angles, okay? That's for the angles out there. See you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace.